Morning.
Good morning, members of council. This meeting is now resumed. Members, please join me in a moment of silence to remember the following persons who have passed away. Alexandra Mary Orm Amero and Ella Mozinski. Thank you. Members, we have a presentation this morning to recognize Michael Williams, General Manager of Economic Development and Culture, on his departure from the City of Toronto. I would like to call upon Deputy City Manager Juliana Carbone to speak at this time.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, Councillors, thank you for this opportunity to recognize and thank Mike Williams as he prepares to leave us to pursue other life and career adventures. For 12 years, the City and the Toronto Public Service, we've benefited greatly from Mike's leadership, his deep knowledge and connections with the business community, his love of culture, and his passion for everything that is Toronto. You know, Mike is one of the few leaders I know of at the City that has successfully transitioned to public service after a long and successful career in the private sector. He joined us in 2009 in the depths of a recession, and he joined us to lead us through our economic recovery. And lead us he did. Rising to the challenge, as he always did, he leveraged his extensive private sector network to fully understand the challenges that were confronting the city and the solutions that would be needed in order to drive economic and cultural growth. He developed a deep trust with council and with the city's corporate leaders. He consulted widely. He developed very comprehensive and clear plans that helped build public, community, and political support for our economic recovery efforts. And key among these plans were, of course, collaborating for competitiveness. It was our comprehensive economic growth plan, and to complement it, the creative capital gains plan, which was our robust cultural strategy. Now, notably, but really not surprisingly, given that Mike is always so determined to succeed and he has a background in data, the targets in those plans were actually achieved. The city's investment in culture was increased above council's long-standing goal of $25 per capita. The film industry more than doubled. It went from under $1 billion a year to over $2.2 billion. Our unemployment rate dropped drastically, and local entrepreneurship across the city grew. We went from 67 to 84 BIAs, from 5 incubators to 70, and from a relatively quiet tech innovation hub to the fastest growing tech sector in North America. But Mike would be the first to say that Toronto's success and growth was not attributable just to his efforts in those plans. However, I think there's little doubt in our minds that it was Mike's leadership and guidance that actually set into actions a number of city policies and programs that definitely contributed to Toronto's growing prosperity. And once Toronto's economy was turned around and continued to thrive, he quickly adjusted the priorities for his team to focus on and firmly embed the principles of equity, access, and inclusion in all of the work that EDC does, all with the goal of addressing the opportunity gaps that emerged as Toronto's economic resurgence continued, and to help ensure that all businesses and neighborhoods across this city can participate and contribute to the city's social and economic vibrancy and success. Mike is the son of a small business owner in Toronto, and I think that's where his passion for the city was first ignited. And throughout his time here at the city, he was always firmly committed to promoting the city's brand. He championed the creation of Toronto Global, and he's played a significant role in helping attract and successfully implement a number of major events here at the city, everything from World Pride to Pan Am and Pan Am Games, the Invictus Games, and there's many more. And most recently, under Mike's very calm and determined leadership, his team was incredibly nimble, responsive, innovative, collaborative in pivoting and adapting their services and their delivery channels to respond and support the needs of businesses and cultural organizations that were really impacted by our current pandemic. As always, Mike worked effectively with city divisions and agencies with our community and business partners to develop and roll out, and I have to say with unprecedented speed, innovative programs, everything from Show Love TO to the BIA pop-up program, Digital Main Street, Cafe TO Shop Here, the list goes on. And the rapidness with which EDC was successfully able to pivot all of their service during this pandemic was made possible because of the focus that Mike has put on over the years on building a strong, resilient, and innovative team. Mike, I think when you came to us in 2009, you never thought you would stay 12 years. But like many of us, you fell in love with public service, and we are so happy you did. On behalf of myself, the senior leadership team, and all of us at the city, a sincere and heartfelt thank you for your many contributions, your passionate leadership, and your willingness to give so much of your time to promoting the city and fostering such critical relationships with both private and public sector partners and organizations. I've heard Chris Murray say that you are a builder of bridges, and Mike, I hope you continue to build those bridges in this next chapter of your life. We wish you every happiness, continued success, and much more time to spend with family and friends, and of course, playing hockey and rugby. Thanks for 12 great years, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Juliana.
Applause for getting through that, Juliana.
One of these days, I'm going to get through these goodbyes without crying.
I just want to say nobody else is allowed to leave. That Juliana can't handle it, neither can we.
I second that.
Thank you, Juliana. I would like now to ask Mayor Tory to make a few comments.
Well, Speaker, I can tell you that the one person who's definitely not allowed to leave is Juliana herself. We're trying to do everything to postpone that because I would have trouble getting through talking about her in that manner. I won't have that difficulty for whatever series of reasons in talking about Mike, but it comes from my heart. Mike, I was one of those who'd gone off in a day many years ago to watch my youngest son, George, play rugby. And I went to exactly one game because when I watched, and I've now been to sort of some Wolfpack games, may they rest in peace, but I've been to some Wolfpack games and I very much enjoy watching the game. But when I was watching my son play, I thought to myself that anybody that subjected themselves to this with no equipment and so forth in a game that is rough and tumble and fun to watch had to be insane. And therefore, when I came upon you, when I arrived at City Hall as the mayor, I think I'd met you before, but when I came upon you and realized the responsibility that you had, and yet you continued to subject yourself to this, I thought to myself, this man is definitely in need of some sort of an examination, saliva test. But, I think maybe I should have known then what I do now, which is that is, in a way, characteristic of the kind of way in which you applied yourself to your work. And it was done quietly and without all the roughhousing of rugby, but just so much to be admired. And I just want you to know that, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of the members of council in this regard, that, what you have done for the city, and it's oftentimes it goes unsung in some respects, is something that is quite remarkable. Because if you go back in those 12 years, we've had not one economic crisis, the one back in 2008-9, which had some of the measures and programs that were mentioned by Juliana. But we've now had a second one. And while we're not through it yet, and we're not, sorry about that. I didn't realize that my camera was on, and I guess somehow it got turned off. Sorry, you didn't need to see me, Mike, for this anyway. But what you realized was that we needed to have an immediate response, which Juliana made reference to, in the form of the programs that I think really have helped a lot of businesses and cultural organizations get through this. but that we now have much more work to be done. But you've got the foundations in place in terms of, I guess, a couple of things I want to mention. First of all, I think the collaborative approach that you epitomized, the collaborative approach with business and with BIAs and with other governments and within our own government, between and among departments, is something that will persist and continue. And that is something that you epitomized. And part of that was your own nature, I could see. I mean, you were just a person everybody enjoyed working with. Everybody found it a positive experience. I can't tell you the number of people that I've come across since I've been the mayor in business and even inside this government who would just say, well, Mike Williams, yeah, it's such a great guy to work with and so on. And, that's the starting proposition of everything in life. I mean, is that people enjoy working with you. They like you, because then from everything else goes on from there. Secondly, you paid, I will say, equal attention to two things that I consider equal in importance to the city because they fit so closely together, which is the economy and business, but also the cultural side. Some people think when they look at that description of the responsibilities that Deputy Mayor Thompson and you and others have, where you put economy and culture together and say that's an odd pairing. Not to me. I mean, to me, they're joined together because of the connection between culture and jobs, because of the connection between culture and innovation, because of how important culture is to having the kind of environment in which business can do well and innovate and feel welcome and comfortable, because it brings people together and gets the best out of them and so on. And so you managed to drift back and forth between two sectors that people might often say, well, you couldn't find somebody who could drift back and forth between the two with incredible ease. And again, I think that started from the premise that people liked doing business with you. I want to make reference to what on your watch happened, and you'd be the first to say it was a team effort. But the reputation of this city, just look at the evolution. I've lived my whole life here, and I think the reputation in the last 10 years of this city has grown immeasurably. And that's for a whole bunch of reasons, but it also takes some management of that reputation to make sure that it grew. And I just want to take note of the fact that you were, as Juliana noted, somebody who was out selling the city all the time, and you have to sell it. Any good product has to be sold. It's not going to sell itself necessarily, although there's some of that with our city. And then finally, results. Again, you'd be the first to say that those results aren't all attributable to your group or within the city government or even to government itself. But the fact is, we certainly would be held to account for results that weren't as good. And government does make a positive contribution. I'm a great believer in the positive role of government in many different respects to make a difference. And if you look at what has been achieved, and I won't repeat the numbers, they were in my own notes too, but on film, on television, on culture and our investment in culture and what that's produced, more importantly than what the government is investing, on the BIAs and the role they play, the incredible things they do. Like if you look at year in and year out the events and the kinds of different improvements to the community they do in the interest of making the community more prosperous, more stable, more comfortable, more appealing, it's extraordinary, really. And all of these were things that were at your doorstep. But again, most of all, it is that you were such a good colleague and such a decent person. And, I mention that word decency all the time when I'm paying tribute to people who are retiring. And I feel so strongly about that after 6 years here about the quality of our senior public servants. I mean, I just come away from this experience I've had so admiring of the quality of the people who work with us and so sad every time one of them retires. I don't think there's one of these retirement remarks that I've made where I wasn't deeply sad at the fact that the person was leaving, but that's the way it is. And finally, just special events. I mean, if you look at how successfully we pulled off all of these things where the world was watching us, World Pride, Pan Am, Parapan, Invictus Games, there's a whole host of these things that have gone on with more to come. I mean, you were part of the team that bid for something yet to come that's going to be so exciting when we have part of the World Cup going on here in 2026. So, Mike, thank you. I mean, you have been an extraordinary colleague, and I view public servants as being my colleagues too, just because we all work together as a team here. And you'll be very much missed. I hope you'll be, we'll be running across you often. And you are the best of what public service represents in terms of the way you do things and what you achieved and the results you achieved and the collaboration you exhibited in doing it. And we thank you very much for an exemplary 12 years here. And don't play too much rugby going forward. There does come a time, I think you have stopped, but there does come a time when you have to stop with that kind of foolishness. And so I wish you very well and congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to personally make a few comments. A couple of years ago, I asked Mike to come to Mount Dennis and to look at it within the BIA area there was much a need to revitalize the area. And I'm very pleased that Mike, what we did at that point, moved a motion, and we did an economic development strategy in Mount Dennis, which Mike attended most of the meetings. And he was actually shocked when we did that tour along Weston Road in the middle of the winter on that Mount Dennis definitely had to, we had to focus in that area, and that needed special attention. And Mike, I want to thank you on that, because you did attend a number of meetings, and as well, in the past few months, you've attended some of the meetings in Mount Dennis. As you know, there's a focus in that area to bring in a campus in Mount Dennis, where we have the GO and the Up Express that's being planned along the Eglinton line. So I want to thank you very much for paying special attention to Mount Dennis and in York Southwest, and you will be missed, I know, by my constituents, and in particular the BIA in Mount Dennis, on the work that you've done for our community. So thank you very much.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Thompson?
may I say a few words, please?
Yes, please, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wanted to say a few words about Mr. Williams. As you know, I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Williams directly for the last 10 years, actually, which only seemed as if it was a minute ago, because it has been just so special. Municipal governments like ours, you know, change is oftentimes painful and slow, and making it happen takes a great vision and an immense amount of what I believe is patience, as well as a relentlessness to commitment in order to moving things and making things happen. And I think that the word is transformation, which is often used, but seldomly is it achieved. I can tell you that I have no hesitation in saying that through Mike's leadership, we have seen transformation occur in the economic development department and so on. And I know the mayor has addressed some of the key points. The deputy city manager and you, Speaker, have also addressed the issue regarding Mount Dennis, and Mike's thoughtfulness and his efforts in order to address the issues. One of the key things that I think that we need to remember of Mike Williams is just his level of patience and the number of jobs and the commitment to creating opportunities for people to be able to get jobs, which is a good thing, obviously, in our city. He saved many jobs, actually, in some of the work that we've actually done, and I want to thank him immensely for that. There are many Torontonians who, you know, are not aware as to the full impact of Mike Williams, and I think that we are going to continue to feel that impact, because thankful to him and his effort, he has left a strong organization that is that he's built, a skilled team of leaders in the that he's assembled in the economic development department and so on. And in fact, as a result of COVID, we are left with a strong team who is able to help us with respect to dealing with the pandemic and making our overall city a better place. So I believe that, you know, when Mike Williams came to the city of Toronto in 2008, his mission was to make the city a better place. And I will say this to you, Mike, mission accomplished, job well done. You carried out your responsibility with vision, the persistence, and the passion, and with a tremendous amount of integrity and so on, with exceptional leadership and the team that you have assembled that's in place now. So, you know, your legacy will help and ensure that we last, you know, a tremendous amount of not only simply patience and time, but we will last as a strong city. I will say, though, that one of the memories that I do recall, and I'll stick with a rugby theme that we've always been sticking with, and I know hockey was a passion of yours as well, Mike, because some mornings I would call you really early and you're getting off the ice at either UCC or some other place, so that's a good thing. But I recall you catching a pass from Boris Johnson, who was then the mayor of London, who is now the Prime Minister of the UK, and how effortlessly you raise your arms, those long arms of yours, to catch that pass. Boris Johnson was so impressed with respect to your approach, and the mayor and I were standing there in awe at how you just calmly caught that ball and you basically heaved it back to him. And I thought that was really good, Mike. And in fact, it left a long-standing memory in that your willingness to play and to participate and be engaged has left so much. And thank you for all that you've done. I've learned so much from you, and I've had cherished the 10 years that we worked together. So all the best to you and Janet and family, and take good care, Mike. And as the mayor has indicated, we want this not the last that we'll see of you. We'll just see you in other capacity, but the city will continue to enjoy your great leadership. So thank you very much, Mike Williams, for all that you've done. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Speaker, it's Councillor Fletcher. I just have a presentation for Mike, if I can, please.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Mike. This is from all of your fans in the film industry. We've heard how you have taken the industry up to $2 billion, and you have created a film office that is fantastic. So this is your own clapper. It is live from City Hall, Scene 1, Retirement, Mike Williams, Director. Thank you, Mike, for all you've done for this industry. You have so many friends and fans, and we will keep that strong as one of Toronto's premier industries. I agree with everything you've said, Mr. Mayor. Second all of that, and Deputy Mayor Thompson, it was a great run. We have to work hard to keep up to your standards, Mike, but we will. Cut.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. So now if I can ask Mike, would you like to say a few words?
Mute.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker, for the kind words you said. I do remember that bitterly cold day, and I do remember feeling a very strong commitment to try to help that area become much more vibrant, return to some of its previous strong days when there was lots of manufacturing in the area. I have three basic things I want to cover. Some thanks, couple of comments on the city, and then an announcement. So at my peril, I will name some people in my thanks for my peril of offending somebody by missing you, but I apologize to those people. I'm going to start with the mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for all your leadership. You are the best manager of a meeting I have ever seen. Your personal compass is terrific. Your salesmanship, which I've seen firsthand outside of Canada, you know how to ask for the business in a great way, which is the most important part of being a salesperson. You have high stamina, and the city has been very lucky to have you as the mayor during the prosperous times and now during the really tough times. I should mention that everybody has said some very nice words. I actually think there's only one thing true about them all, and that is I was smart enough to pick the right time to join the organization so that we had a long string of success. Deputy Mayor Thompson, your enthusiasm, your commitment generally, and especially to equity, your leadership and always searching for new ideas, and your follow through. I've really enjoyed the 10 years, and I think they've been very productive working together. I'm going to single out two councillors that are at the opposite ends of the spectrum of style. First, Councillor Crawford. I think you have the toughest portfolio of anybody other than probably the mayor, and you do it in this calm, successful way. And then you team that up with your huge support of culture and the arts. And it is only through culture and the arts that Toronto has a heart and Toronto has a there that everybody wants to be here. So thank you for all that effort. The other end of the spectrum is somebody that's a little bit more remonstrative than you are, is Councillor Fletcher, as you've just seen, and a good example of that, who has been a huge champion. She's also my local councillor, by the way, so I plead some conflict of interest on this one. Has been a huge supporter of the film industry, as we all know. What she did that one day on Showline Theatre and Council in 40 minutes was unbelievable. And the energy you bring at any staff peril. Think that you may be wrong on something, because I don't think I've ever seen you be wrong on anything. And so I think that's has been a huge plus for the city. So thank you. My own team at EDC, in the office, Ingrid, well, nobody's in the office. Ingrid, Kelly, Nikki, and Tasha, thank you very much. The directors team with Cheryl, Marguerite, Marilyn and Larissa teaming, Pat, Sophia, and Sunil. Everything that people have talked about has been built on the teams that you manage, and we have over 400 individuals with 300 FTEs that have done a terrific job, and each one should be accepting the accolades that have just been read out. The SLT and the CLT, strong leadership, the mayor has commented on that already. I'm going to single out a couple of people and then save myself for one special person. You know who that is. I think in the last 9 months, the work that Denise, Eileen, Janie, Marianne, Chief Matt, and Paul have done in leading their divisions under an immense amount of stress has been fabulous, and something that should be long celebrated here, although it's in very tough and awful times. So now I got to see if I can get through this part. Julie, you've been the best boss I've ever had. I've had a lot of bosses in my life, moved around a lot more than I did after I came to the city. But you lead with your heart, followed very quickly with your brain and your ethics. You leave space for each of us as general managers to do our job. You provide wise counsel when we need it. You have the whole package as a DCM and as a boss. And you also bake a very mean carrot cake. So thank you for that. And I can't finish my thanks without turning to my wife, Janet, who has given me tremendous support, put up with my long hours, keeps me on a healthy path. Some of you have seen the weird breakfasts I bring to work, and healthy lunches, and her unabiding love. So thank you very much. On the future of the city.
Janet.
On the future of the city, this pandemic will pass. They all do. The the vaccine will beat the virus faster, but we will get back on the path of prosperity, but we cannot take the foot off the policy and program gas pedal, because there are a lot of other cities that we compete with in the area, in Canada, and around the world. We are a terrific city. We've had fabulous success, but the success has not been enjoyed by everybody. The pandemic has pointed that out, but we knew that before. Working with the city manager's office at the beginning of this year on how we could work on paying for prosperity, and that we had to keep everybody that everybody has to come along on the same train. Comment made the other day that growth without inclusion and equity is not prosperity. So we need to keep our aspirations high. We also need to look over the horizon more and be more focused on the longer term. And now I want to just finish with an announcement. I guess it's an announcement. Following in the footsteps of people like Chris Berlinger and others that have made commitments to the city, I have established a foundation. I've checked this out on the way with the SLT, and want to build on this, but created a foundation for former staff to pay it forward, to give back. Working title right now is Staff TO. Everything has to be a TO something. Forward Foundation. The goal is to be able to give awards and bursaries and grants to aspiring new entrants to the municipal public service in Toronto, whether they're still in school, just about to try to have a career here, or whether they started a career here, with a special focus on those people. I use the phrase equity deserving groups, but people from those backgrounds to help do that. I hope that people do. I've seeded the foundation with a bit of money. And also I'm asking, instead of presents, for any money that's pooled together to be given to the foundation. And I will match that gift. And I'm hoping people, when they retire or leave the city, that have the financial wherewithal to do such a thing, also do the same thing and contribute to the foundation. And we build it to be something very significant over time. That those of us that have had the privilege and the honor to work for the City of Toronto do something significant to pay it forward. It's been a privilege to work at the City of Toronto. It's the city I was born and raised in. Many have recognized us as amongst the best in the world. I know we are the best city in the world. So thank you very much. It's been an honor, and good luck in the future. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mike. And don't forget about my campus. Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 50 items left on the agenda, including 32 member motions. Council has decided to consider items EC 18.15 on Building Back Stronger, the report from the City of Toronto's Economic and Culture Recovery Advisory Group, and item HL 24.2 in response to COVID-19 updates as the first and second items of business this morning. I will now take the release of holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release.
Speaker, I can try.
Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks, your name's on the list.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I don't have a release, but I think this is the appropriate time to ask. There's a report due on PH 19.11, and I'm trying to figure out when that report might come to council.
It will be here sometimes today.
Sometime today.
That's what I was told. It's been,
Okay.
yeah, that's what we've been told, and it has been revised. So thank you, Councillor Perks.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on EX 19.18, I have a motion that may be quick because it's simply to forward a consideration of a part of the report to budget. If clerks are ready, possibly it's a quick item.
Do we have the motion? Yes, we do have the motion. We'll put it on the screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The City Council direct the Fire Chief and General Manager to report through the 2021 budget process on the strategy for the staffing of Station B Downsview. The item before us is capital, but there's a mention of operating that's pretty prescriptive in dispositioning that there'll be no new staff. That was not the discussion we had in budget last year, but I'm forwarding the discussion to budget this year rather than having it now in the context of a capital item.
Okay, the amendments on the screen. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Councillor Cressy.
Speaker, if it's the will of council, I can release the COVID update if there is not questions and speakers on it. And that's item HL 24.2, COVID update.
Okay, it's the second item this morning, so I guess I'll ask members of council have questions before we release it?
Yes, questions?
Questions.
Councillor Cole.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, show of hands. Carried. So we will go to our first timed item, which is EC 18.15. Councillor Thompson, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much. My first question through to the city manager. I'd like to get your overview with respect to this report, the Building Back Stronger report. Does this report assist you in terms of developing your comprehensive plan in order to respond to the pandemic that challenge that the city has been facing?
Through the speaker, the short answer is yes. It is a more detailed version of the TOR report, so its items are very specific and very helpful.
Right. And so when we look at some of the recommendations, and I take you to recommendation number 13, it talks about establishing a youth economic recovery table, particularly focused on youth employment and training, which I think is really needed as we build back better. Can you tell us how you're proposing to implement and incorporate this into a strategic plan for the city overall to address the issues that are facing young people? And I think that one of the things that you and I have discussed around what you call intergenerational equity. How are you proposing to implement these this plan?
So I'll start through the speaker, and then Denise will add to what I'm going to say. So first of all, prior to COVID, the unemployment rate for the group that you're talking about was still double digits. It was in and around 10 to 12%. I think we're right now around 22%. And if we're going to experience a slow economic recovery, I think we have to be very deliberate about focusing on this group to make sure that they don't lose hope for their way in this economy, in this community. So there's been good work being done by Denise, and maybe Denise, if you don't mind, just give everyone an update as to how this important recommendation aligns with the work that your group is doing. Or Julie.
So let me start. I think Denise might be having trouble connecting. So as you're
Julie,
aware, Deputy Mayor, over to you, Denise, then.
Sorry, thank you. Some tech problems. So we are a number of the city divisions that work with young people across 42 youth programs that the city directly delivers or administers, has been pursuing a youth service review as part of complying with council direction from 2019. As part of this review, we've identified 16 programs that are focused on achieving youth employment or youth entrepreneurship outcome that aligns with the intent of the recommendations coming out of your roundtable, Deputy Mayor Thompson. And so it is, staff are committed to enacting that recommendation by leveraging the existing work that we have. There are 5 divisions that are particularly focused on employment, youth employment and entrepreneurship initiatives. We have added people and equity as well in order to do some intensive work in 2021.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask now a question of Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, we have discussed this report at length, and we talked about its overall impact in terms of assisting and addressing some of the challenges that are being faced by Main Street and the downtown core. Can you help us to understand, please, how this report will help in addressing some of those challenges? Yesterday, as you know, we had some discussion with Councillor Longtem and wanting to address a focus on the downtown core. Can you help us to understand how this report is helpful to address some of those challenges, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the question. As the city manager pointed out, the 18 recommendations in this report address at some detail and a lot of the aspects that are critical to economic development, whether it's return to work in downtown, whether it's increasing the vibrancy of main streets, whether it's improving the ability to retrain staff to be skilled up for the new economy, whether it's to help on the youth, which we just talked about. All of these, all of the recommendations pertain to the entire city and can have, depending upon their particular orientation, stronger impact in certain areas like the downtown with large offices, or outside the downtown with manufacturing and service jobs and Main Street retail throughout the city. So I'm confident that this, along with TOR, will help grow the whole economy of the whole city.
Right. The diversity of the panel members of the advisory group, I'm hoping that you'd comment on that, but also the fact of the matter is that we have 18 recommendations focusing on 4 core specific areas: economic recovery, anti-racism and inclusion, workforce and talent development, as well as arts and culture. Can you comment on those points, William, please?
That was your last
Well,
question.
Thank you, Speaker.
I think I'm glad you pointed out the membership, and if council members have a chance to look at the list on the first page of the text page of the report, I mean, it is by far the best breadth of a group of individuals that I've seen assembled for something like this. All from all the sectors, all the demographics, all the perspectives that we needed, and the report has hugely benefited from that broad set of perspectives, so that there's a whole of government, if you will, but government written by the service, meaning the services of them. Obviously, it also talks a lot about or references how the other governments can also benefit. But it's a fact, as the mayor said earlier, the importance of government in helping society move forward. And so I was very proud to be able to support and work with this group of 20 individuals, including the 2 co-chairs, yourself and Blake Goldring. So it was a very successful group, of consultative advisory group.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Do we have any further questions on this item from members of council? Okay, I don't see any. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There is a motion that I'd like to ask staff to put forward. And this motion is complementary to the discussions we were having yesterday with Councillor Wong Tam's effort to ensure that the downtown focus was not lost. And the motion is in front of us. I'm not going to read through it. I'll invite members to read through, other than to simply say that our focus is on certainly Main Street and the downtown core to ensure that economic prosperity is going to be brought forward to all sectors of the city. I want to thank my co-chair, Mr. Blake Goldring, the executive chairman of AGF Management Limited, and all the members of the advisory group. As Mr. Williams have indicated, this is a very eclectic group, and as well as vice chair of the ED Economic Development and Community Development Committee, Mark Grimes. And so the ECDC committee is very proud to submit this report to council and the 18 recommendation in the 4 core areas, which really took a look at a variety of different opportunities and challenges in terms of responding to the pandemic. We look at the impact of the BIPOC community, youth, and we looked at the arts and cultural sector, but also workforce and talent development, which is something that is extremely important to help us as we move forward in terms of responding to what will be the new normal in terms of economic and community development. I know that our staff are well poised, and certainly want to thank Mr. Williams, Ben McIntosh, Danny Assad, and Sunil Johal for the great work that in collaboration that we have been able to put together in order to bring this report. I want to thank the mayor as well, and because the mayor did come to talk with the group. I want to thank our CFO, Ms. Taylor, as well as the city manager, because what we were able to do with the group is to gather a lot of information, but also to seek information, whether or not it was from Goldie Hyder at the conference, conference board, to help us to take a larger perspective look at big business and what they were looking at in terms of some of the challenges. We have focused on issues and challenges like childcare, which is extremely important with respect to our development as a society. We have focused on looking at the issue around equity and inequities and so on, and the gaps that we have seen in our city that has been laid bare as a result of COVID. And these are the things that we must address. I'm happy that the group have brought forward these recommendations to assist the city manager in building back better, building back stronger with respect to our economy. Their focus was, in particular, recommendation number 5, we look at what we can do to assist small businesses in terms of this recovery. We know how the pandemic has impacted business greatly, and it has been very depressing in many instances in terms of talking with business owners and looking at their losses, talking about the impact that it has had on their employee, as well as the mental impact as well. We've been talking with some financial institutions about how to assist as part of this this recovery. And I think those are some of the issues that Councillor Wong Tam was trying to sort of bring forward yesterday as part of the discussion. And I'm thankful to her in terms of the collaboration that we were able to pursue over the course of yesterday and last night, along with the team from ECDC, in order to be able to come up with the motion that's in front of this. And I would ask members to support the motion that's actually in front of us. And so I want to certainly take a look at and ask members to take a look at the report, because there are some really good things here. And as both the city manager and Mr. Williams has pointed out, this report is really, one in which we can see great opportunities in terms of responding to the challenges. And it covers a broad base of issues and concerns that we have. And it dovetails quite nicely with respect to its support of the TOR report, but the intent from our committee is to ensure that the city manager has additional tool as part of the series of tools and or the roadmap to our strong recovery, because in order to build back better, we have to ensure that the challenges that we saw in our society are going to be addressed, so that as we move forward with respect to prosperity, it has to be for all. And as Mr. Williams had indicated this morning in his comment, he talked about growth without inclusion and equity is not prosperity. And if we want prosperity, we have to ensure that we work together. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, Speaker, thank you. And I want to begin by just saying thank you to the Deputy Mayor and to his co-chair, Blake Goldring, because they showed the leadership to both establish this body and then to manage its work. But of course, I also want to express our thanks to the members. That included one of our number, Councillor Grimes, but it also included, and I think this is a part of the reason why this report, even at 15 pages, has so much that is realistic and that commends itself to us, and that is going to be instructive to us as we go forward. But it included representatives of business, of the arts, of nonprofit community groups, of labor unions, academic representatives, and I think that was a big part of why we've ended up with the kind of report that we did. And so I want to thank all of them, but in particular Michael and Blake for their leadership. You know, I think it's interesting because in 15 pages, while nothing could possibly set out the sort of all-inclusive broad vision for the city, this one sketches out a broader and more inclusive kind of vision for the city, that it's inclusive sectorally and that it talks about different sectors and how important they are to our recovery. as a city. It's inclusive in the context of recognizing the inequities that exist and the inequities that exist economically and as between different communities that are racialized and so on. I think that the report is realistic and practical. There's so many things that come before us that are, aspirational, and there's nothing wrong with that, but that are not necessarily practical and realistic within the context of us acting quickly to move forward. And I just want to take note of all the report is important and all of the recommendations, but I want to take note of just 3 or 4 by mentioning them, because I think they're things that either might not have been mentioned to the same extent in other reports of its kind, but also I think warrant particular attention for us and by us. One is local retail innovation. If there's anything we've learned from the change that's taken place in retail because of technology, but then really, heightened by this terrible experience for retail of the pandemic, it is that we're going to have to lead the way and provide the kinds of supports and work in collaboration with retail to chart a new course for them that is just a course that's not the outcome of the pandemic, but it's just the reality of the way things were headed. So that's the first. The second, the role of persons with differing abilities in business and work. I think, this is something, again, where we have a huge untapped pool of people out there who want to work, and it's part of their self-respect and dignity, as it would be for any person. But there are still far too many things that stop us from taking advantage of that talent. The third is childcare. Childcare is a specific mention among what I forget how many recommendations, if there are 18. Childcare is there as one of them, and we know how important it is. But the fact is, we can't do this alone with childcare, but we can certainly, continue to advocate and do what we can. But we're not going to be able to do it without the support of the other 2 governments, and developments nationally maybe hold out some hope in that regard. And then finally, 3 other ones: workforce development and training has been mentioned by the Deputy Mayor. The creative industries and how this report pays attention to that and really falls along with all the comments we made this morning about the contribution of Mike Williams and his team. And last but not least, affordable space for artists, which I think we have an opportunity now. If you think about it, there's going to be space available in the city, whether we want it or not, and maybe we can find a way to turn some of that into more affordable space for artists so that they can do their thing, and we can also have our neighborhoods and BIAs remain lively. I think in the end, the report kind of says that, the objective that it sets out for us is to return with improvements to where we were. And, I think especially around here with some of our friends, we don't acknowledge often enough because we spend our time focusing on problems. This was, at the outset of the pandemic, one of the most successful, prosperous, fast-growing cities in the world, admired by people all over the world, not because we were perfect, but because we had established a certain foundational set of values. We were on a course to be attracting the best and the brightest from around the world. We had a thriving cultural sector. We had, programs that were beginning to address, after decades of being ignored, different things like affordable housing and transportation that hadn't been adequately addressed. And we were seen and measured in many cases by people as being one of the most successful cities in the world. We had our work to do, as we know, with respect to inclusion and with respect to several other things, especially as regards delivering on equity. But I think the report tells us that we can get back to that. The fundamentals are all still there, as I keep saying all the time, because it's true. And now the key is to get back to it with improvements. Build back better, build back, continue to build up better. And the better part, I think, refers mainly not just to doing it better, but to including everybody and making sure we genuinely address those issues. And that is spoken to by childcare and by different issues that relate to equity and inclusion in this report. So I just want to say thank you to the Deputy Mayor, to Glenn Holdring, to the members of the committee. This is a report we can take and act upon, and that is something I will keep on my desk as something that I can look at every so often to see how we're doing. So thank you very much for this work to everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Ford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be brief. A lot of what I was going to say has been said by the Mayor and Deputy Mayor Thompson. Of course, I do want to echo their thanks to Blake Goldring and the entire advisory committee that was put together, a group here. We had a presentation, a very thorough presentation on economic development a couple weeks ago, which was or last week, which was excellent. I think this is an incredible report to another path forward in conjunction with the tour report. So I think it's really good, and I really appreciate the broad scope it has taken to economic recovery, acknowledging some of the challenges that are faced by many residents in our city and businesses alike. What I would say to the amendment that Councillor or Deputy Mayor Thompson has tabled, and in working with Councillor Wong Tam, and not to bring the conversation back to yesterday, I am going to support the amendment. The only thing I was going to say in light of that conversation, where I don't think this is a suburban versus downtown conversation, because a vibrant, strong downtown core is best for the city and the city we live in. There's no question about it. The only mention I would make to this, and kind of bringing this back to my comments yesterday, was that, I think these reports do a good work covering the city as a whole and how we get to a better, stronger economy as we get out of COVID-19. But I don't, I'm careful with how we put specific kind of oversights or work into this report, because in North Etobicoke, we're home to the second largest employment zone in the country, being the airport employment zone. And with Pearson's traffic being down 90%, many businesses are feeling the crunch out in Etobicoke and in lakes down around there and in parts of Mississauga. So, I think there's still a lot of work that has to be done, a lot of conversations that had to be had. And we're going to continue to do that. So that was the only comments I wanted to make on that. But I have faith that the work that's going to happen with our city staff, and businesses alike are going to proceed to a much better path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to just speak in support of the Building Back Stronger report that's before us. A lot of work has gone into that, and I just want to appreciate everything that everybody has done on that so far. And as we position ourselves, for the economic recovery that we need, we're going to have to deploy all resources, I think, to achieve everything that is in the report. Of course, I do want to thank the Deputy Mayor, my colleague Michael Thompson, the advisory group, and as everyone has mentioned, Councillor Grimes, the Mayor, the City Manager, everybody who has really worked hard to put in recommending those 4 pillars to the recovery for the city. And the economic table that I wasn't necessarily involved in specifically, but I'm glad we focused and talked about youth services and youth employment. And when I look at those 4 pillars, again, youth really stands out. But when you look at the report, one of the key messages of the report, may not be as obvious, is our responsibility to entrepreneurship. And of course, as my colleague Michael Thompson mentioned, youth entrepreneurship and youth employment. When you look at pre-COVID, there were over 600,000 businesses that were sole proprietors. And again, the key drivers of that are they service the overall economy. And they provide many, many different services, and specifically in the arts area, like theater, cinema. You have entrepreneurs who are painters, performers, either informally or part of, self-incorporated organizations. And although these people are successful, they sometimes lack the training and the tools for efficient businesses. So I think we as a city have an opportunity to help these types of initiatives and self-employed individuals adapt as we look at the changing parts of the post-COVID world. And when you're looking at Come Back Stronger, we have to be more resilient, but we also have to look at supporting not-for-profit organizations such as the Toronto Business Development Centre and the Indigenous Centre for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. I mean, it's these kind of organizations that we do support. They have incredibly good track records at helping the same groups that we are identifying in this report. And I see these kind of investments from the city, helping entrepreneurs, helping entrepreneurial businesses, from equity deserving communities to the city, such as TBDC and ICIE, as key ways for us to really start creating wealth in the city and employment in these communities. So I just wanted to again thank the incredible work that has gone on. This is aspirational. There's a lot more work that has to happen, but the basis of us moving forward, I think, is here. And again, thanking everybody for the support in this great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you. I will be very brief. I just wanted to further Councillor Ford's comments just about the idea of Main Street and Main Street businesses. I will be, of course, supporting the motions before us, but I take a broader view, and I think that we have to recognize that in some parts of the city, the physical characteristics of what is downtown, what is Main Street is different. And, in Etobicoke Centre, we have plazas. That's because in the post-war development, the shape and the way that neighborhoods were organized, they didn't put them on main streets, they put them into these little plazas. And long ago, when I was a young guy, I could just take a few steps and walk to the grocery store. Now it's a bit of a longer walk, but I'm afraid that one day things will change so much that I'm going to have to drive to Mississauga to go get my groceries. I think that's a long way away, but I just want to recognize the importance of these businesses, and it's come up with a lot of development applications recently that they may be businesses and very important, and they are good for our economy, but they're also community services. And they're things that people rely on for their day-to-day life. And no more than during the COVID period have we ever recognized that. Have we ever recognized the importance of having these places around for the things that we rely on every day? And so I commend the city for taking a look at this, and I hope that we'll take a broad view and set geography and physical differences aside and recognize that these services are so vital to us and that we need to think as a city about what our responsibilities are, including physical configuration and conditions and the things that we can influence and make sure that we have a vibrant city that works and that people don't have to travel long distance to get resources because there's no reason why they can't be here right within our own neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I would also just like to lend my offer of thanks to Deputy Mayor Thompson, the chair and the co-chair of the advisory group. Sorry, there's just a little bit of noise in the background. But also to thank all the committee members for all their hard work in coming together to bring us this report. The recommendations of 18 and under the themes of 4 is, I think, critical in setting out a more focused effort on how to set about the recovery of the city. And I think that every single one of those recommendations and themes represents an extended body of work to still come. And I want to just be able to lean forward into the fact that, the work that has to take place, and I know that everyone's gripped with some very difficult and challenging stories within their communities, and none of them are unimportant. Every single one of them are important. But how we are able to do that is just as critically important, meaning that we need to bring more people to the table and not less. And the reason I moved the motion yesterday, and I recognize that it's been it has evolved since then, thanks to the deputy mayor and to city staff, is really to highlight some of the challenges that we have been facing in the downtown core, and the fact that some of the programs that have been announced by the provincial and federal government have not proportionally been meeting those businesses that have lost the greatest quantum of revenues, who are also the largest number of employers in our city, but also to the fact that the programs that will continue to come out from the provincial and federal government will also have to be enhanced. And so we need to be able to look into how we can deliver that message with laser precision, but also to amplify it. So we can join our efforts, not just in the city, but rather linking arms with what's also happening with similar conversations, with similar research and efforts in cities like Montreal, Vancouver, and Calgary. So this is a big city conversation, and every big city has a downtown that drives economic prosperity. And we know that it's not exclusive, of course, to the downtown, but those numbers are not necessarily ones that we can ignore, including the fact that the downtown core as cited earlier, is 51% of the GDP for the entire city. 33% of the jobs are located here. We represent 25% of the tax base in the city of Toronto. When we recover, of course, the whole city will recover, and I didn't necessarily want that to be lost. All of that sits in 3% of land mass, which means that investments and resources and promotions into the core will help uplift the city, because business owners live from across the city, but they own businesses in the downtown. They are residents of people who are sitting on council, but they also represent the downtown community. Even if they're not voters in the downtown, they certainly have interest in the core. And I just want to say that as a former small business owner, someone who's actually owned an art gallery, who's owned a franchise, who's owned a restaurant, and has at one point managed a medium-sized real estate financial company, I am hearing stories of my former colleagues and friends in the sector who are all collapsing one by one. Things have been very difficult. And so with that spirit, and they don't live downtown, they may operate some businesses downtown, but they don't live downtown. But it's with that spirit that I'm hoping that we can do everything we can to uplift and to support this report, the amendments, but also to ensure that we can continue to work as a council collaboratively in making sure that their voices are heard, and we can do this in a manner that leaves us with a unified front and not where we're divided, because that's what we're going to need to bring to Ottawa, to Queen's Park. And I look forward to following the leadership of Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson and the mayor in doing that work. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be extremely brief. I just wanted to thank Councillor Thompson for bringing in a measured motion, and apologize for my robust comments about during yesterday's discussion about a perception that the inner suburbs were being left behind. It's been very hard up here. As I mentioned in passing, I've been visiting various food banks to meet with people, to hear their stories, walking into small businesses and hearing their stories, getting phone calls from individuals in distress, restaurant owners who don't think they can last, and it is very tough. So we all advocate for our communities, and I wanted to thank Councillor Thompson and Councillor Wong Tam for this package, and I know that when one area of the city recovers, we will all recover. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the amendment on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item as amended.
Recorded vote, please, Speaker.
Recorded vote.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good.
Councillor Robinson, it appears to us that the motion motion has not been pushed to your computer. You could
Yeah, that's correct. I've had those problems all morning, so I can see I'm in CMP, but I can't see the voting.
So
the speaker. I can see the agenda, but I'm voting in the affirmative.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson, the affirmative. And just for our members who do have this problem, refreshing the screen is sometimes the solution, using the refresh button in the browser.
Councillor Carroll here. Sorry, I left the platform and just went back in, and I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Cole, how do you vote, sir?
I was cut off. I vote in the affirmative. I'm trying to get back on.
Thank you. Councillor Cole in the affirmative. Speaker, the item is amended, carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. Our next timed item is HL 24.2, response to COVID-19 update. Councillor Cressy held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If members of council that have their mic on, please, I can hear you on the phone. Okay, if you have questions, if you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Ford. Councillor Ford, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I did get a couple of my questions answered yesterday, but I just had one last one. I'd like to just have an answer from Public Health on, or Chief Jessup, who's heading up our vaccine distribution. Continuing on from yesterday, within the last month, or just even a few days ago, we've seen the first COVID vaccine go out in the city of Toronto, and it's continuing. And what does it look like for the next couple of months or the next month as vaccines start to ramp up and the distribution starts to ramp up?
So through the speaker, perhaps I can start to answer the question, and if there are other colleagues who'd like to join in, I'll let them join in thereafter. So you're quite right, Councillor. There have been a number of vaccines administered in the last few days as part of a pilot endeavor in order to test out the logistics of the whole system. The provincial government, who is responsible for the overall oversight with respect to this vaccine distribution undertaking, has outlined 3 specific phases. The first phase of which is directed to those who are most vulnerable to COVID-19 and to the most significant impacts and negative outcomes associated with that. So we're talking about residents, seniors who are residents of long-term care homes and retirement homes and congregate settings like that, staff who take care of those people in those settings, and as well healthcare workers. They've also talked about in the early phases of adults who are seniors who receive chronic care services at home, and also have spoken in the first instance of members, adults in Indigenous communities, as amongst those who will be in the first recipient phase of the vaccine distribution. So the province is overseeing all of the work right now. There are 2 hospitals engaged in this early pilot that's happening right now, one in Toronto, one in Ottawa. Hospitals are expected to participate in that first phase of vaccine delivery to these high-risk populations. It is not until later phases that other administrators will be engaged in the vaccine administration. Local public health, for example, and ultimately our understanding is that the broader immunizers and immunizing community, including family physicians and pharmacies who are regularly involved in the administration of vaccine, will become engaged later.
Once we get to the kind of full rollout of vaccine distribution, as you mentioned, Doctor, on a later phase, what is there an estimated capacity on what we're going to be able to do as a city?
Through the speaker, Councillor, I think we're still very much learning about this. Again, we just had the pilot happening now. That new vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine, requires some reconstitution. These are vaccines we're not used to using because they're brand new. Mm-hmm. So right. I wish I could be more precise around that, but the pilot is certainly giving us some sense as to how long it takes to actually see patients through or clients through a mass immunization effort. but that is just
Mhm.
one of the vaccines. The other ones have yet to come through. And I think as we bring them online, we'll have more and more of a sense as to what the timing looks like.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Your report gives us a lot of the response thus far, and it reminds us of the actions taken November 23rd. But as you let the whole community know in your update yesterday, it's not really the hospitalizations, ICU capacity are all great concerns right now. And so I'm starting to fret about Boxing Day. We've done everything we can to try and get people to prepare for the holiday online, to stay out of stores. But I worry that some of the things that are left outstanding, big box stores where as long as there's food, the whole store is open, are actually pretty crowded now. I went to a Walmart recently in near where I live in Scarborough, just over the border in Councillor Thompson's ward. And I was there because of something particular that I buy at that food store, but I looked over into the general merchandise area and it was just jam-packed. Lots of mask wearing, but not really controlling the numbers in the store. Do we have any up-to-date evaluation of that sort of act? Any plan being contemplated when we get to Boxing Day and we still are seeing these numbers? Are we in talks about the idea of limiting it to just the food area of stores? It's an action we use in our own holiday bylaw. Could we do something like that municipally?
So through the speaker, Councillor Carroll, I'm at least heartened to hear that mask wearing seems to be, prevalent. So that is good news. I am very sorry to hear, though, of crowds out and about. And I recognize it's the holidays and people want to, have gifts for friends and family. But, suffice it to say that there are a number of conversations ongoing right now with respect to what additional measures might be taken in order to facilitate the ability of citizens to actually adopt more vigorously those self-protection measures, which includes staying at home as much as possible and not finding themselves in situations where they're crowding in any kind of store, big box or otherwise. I think we really do want to emphasize how important it is for people to stay home, because the real risk factor is any kind of social interaction with people with whom you don't live. That's where the greatest risk happens. So we really are actively conversing about that and certainly exploring what might be done on a more regional basis, given the mobility of our populations. We've spoken about going to another ward. People go from one jurisdiction to the next as a matter of course. So we recognize that there's a need to have a more fulsome approach to this and one that's more consistent because of the mobility of our population. And frankly, it's just easier to communicate if we're all talking about the same messages and if the circumstances are the same from one place to the next. We are, however, of course, always looking at what might need to be done specifically to or for Toronto if we get to that situation.
Okay, then, and you partially answered my question then. One of my questions was actually going to be, is that multi-government table is working these things out provincially. I know they're contemplating now, they're getting people ready for the fact that school may not be able to come back from the Christmas vacation. We've seen that. Is the multi-government table still functional, and you still feel that your input is being really taken up as valid? And I think you just indicated it in your answer.
Well, all the tables are still active with respect to what has been happening over the course of the pandemic. But I assure you, Councillor, and all members of Council, that we pursue every avenue, formal, informal, invented. You know, we're looking for
Yeah.
every avenue through which we can influence the process, given the significance of the issue.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to your whole team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cole, question?
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Davila, the Ontario Hospital Association, after an emergency meeting, has called for a 4-week immediate lockdown. Do you support that?
So through the speaker, Councillor Cole, I'm going to reserve specific judgment on this. We're having very, very frank and candid conversations across local public health departments with medical officers of health and with their staff. We are engaging with our provincial counterparts, and I certainly don't want to, stymie the freeness of those discussions. I will say this, it is clear that we continue to see alarming rates of COVID-19 throughout the province of Ontario and in certain parts in particular, notably the city of Toronto, as that's our area of concern. So we know that there needs to be action akin to what we saw in the spring, with people being more effective in terms of limiting their social interactions, because we know that's what makes a difference in reducing the spread of COVID-19.
But, you know, obviously it's not subsiding. The spread is continuing at an alarming rate. Why are we waiting? Why not implement some strict measures right now and get this thing under control? Because it's obvious it is not under control right now.
So through the speaker, as you know, Councillor, we have always advocated for science-based and evidence-informed measures. I can assure you we have done that all throughout this pandemic, and we are continuing to do so. I will say this, though, sir, that those measures have the greatest effect given the mobility of our populations, particularly in the southern part of this province, when they are done in a more concerted and regional fashion. Just as I said, given the nature of the way people live in this part of the province and the movement that we see.
But given what we see, whether it be with Dr. Henry in BC, in Quebec, Manitoba, Alberta is totally in a crisis situation. What is happening to this virus? Is it mutating? What is happening that it seems no jurisdiction has been able to put it under control, that it keeps escalating in the number of cases?
Yes, so through the speaker, Councillor, I think you are highlighting some very significant challenges that the entire world has in respect of this virus. It is very transmissible, and unfortunately, it does transmit from people who are either asymptomatic, so have no symptoms and don't even know they're sick, or so mildly symptomatic that, again, they don't know that they're sick. So you have a very transmissible virus, which spreads under conditions of either asymptomatic, from asymptomatic individuals or mildly symptomatic individuals. That makes this an incredibly challenging virus to control.
And is there any one thing in particular that we should be educating the citizens of Toronto, that's the number one factor in driving this virus at these incredibly frightening numbers?
Yeah, so through the speaker, Councillor, we're asking all Torontonians, and if you can share with your networks, please step up and stay home. That's the best thing everybody can do. The more we are able to limit our social interactions with each other, the more we are able to stay home, the better we will be able to control the spread of this disease.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Did you have another question? Okay, thank you. Councillor Fillion, question?
Thank you for Dr. Davila. Just one sort of fundamental question. We've tried, quite a high level of restrictions. We've been giving the public the same message since March, and yet a large enough percentage of the population are disregarding those to cause us to have a, cases growing and hospitalization problems and everything else. So what do we do next, assuming this continued increase is not okay, not sustainable, and we've tried almost everything?
So through the speaker, Councillor, I would suggest that if we look at our own experiences from the spring, the experiences we've seen from jurisdictions the world over, and what is available and published in the scientific literature, there's no question that the more people stay home and limit their mobility, really stay home as much as possible, working from home to the greatest extent possible, ensuring that you are not out and about, save and exclude for the most essential of activities. Things like, purchasing groceries and other essentials, attending to healthcare, and getting outside for some fresh air and exercise, and limiting close contact to only those with whom you live. These are the circumstances that actually allow for the best control of COVID-19. And now, more than ever, it is so important to protect healthcare and to actually allow the vaccine that is just coming online to be most effective in terms of helping us.
Sure, but we've been saying that. So, and I'll accept if the answer there isn't much left we could do. We just need greater public cooperation.
Well, through the speaker, Councillor, certainly more public cooperation would be helpful. We do know that, by setting up certain policies and helping out with public health measures and restrictions, that may also facilitate the ability of people to follow those self-protection measures. Hence, we're having active conversations, as we have throughout the pandemic, with other local medical officers of health and public health departments and the province as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question. First of all, Dr. DeVille, I want to thank you for attending my town hall meeting the other day. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I had no idea that you grew up in York Southwestern. You were my
I thought that might be a surprise.
You were my neighbor. I just lived down the street from Roseland School. So I just have a couple questions for you. Councillor Ford asked a question about the vaccine. So once the vaccine is rolled out I would say in a few months, and the public will be receiving the vaccine, what role would the city play in that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, there are still a number of details that have yet to be worked out. As I mentioned earlier, the province is the lead agency when it comes to distribution of vaccine, and that includes the prioritization and setting out, how things are going to move and who will do what when. So I would ask that for the most specific of details, we will have to stay tuned. However, it's our general understanding that the idea is that we will capitalize on existing processes for vaccine administration. So we have in the past, with previous pandemics, undertaken mass immunization clinics done in locations based in the community. And traditionally, local public health has participated in that. Over the years as well, though, immunization is increasingly undertaken by family physicians in the community and as well by pharmacies. So it's difficult to know exactly who will play what role, but our sense is that these traditional roles, when it comes to the influenza immunization campaign, should be reflected in the activities as we move forward with the COVID-19 vaccine administration campaign.
Okay, thank you. Just one other question about the lockdown and the businesses. So I think what's, how do we respond to the businesses? As you know, since the lockdown, we've had restaurants closed and certain businesses, hair salons all closed for the past 28 days. But yet, and as has been mentioned, you've got the Walmart and the Costco's that are open with hundreds of people. But how can we go back to our businesses? But since the lockdown on these particular businesses and restaurants, that the numbers have not gone down. In fact, they've gone up. So how can we respond to that? Obviously, do you not think we should be focusing in where actually the problem is, in these target areas where we do have the cases and where the cases are coming from?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I would agree that we do constantly look at our data, and we need to constantly keep looking at our data to focus efforts on those areas, geographic or subpopulations where we know there are more challenges around COVID-19 spread. Just a couple of things though. One, it is helpful to remember that the initial modeling put out by the province around what they saw the potential for new case activity to look like in places like Toronto and Peel that were hardest hit. At this time, it was expected that we would be, over 1,000 cases, new cases per day. And this was earlier in the fall. Hence, there were some restrictions put into place. And while they have not clearly arrested all spread, they have certainly seen us reduce some of the spread. Otherwise, we might very well have been at a much worse place than we are right now. I think the other thing, of course, is that it's important that people recognize that from a public health perspective, we really are absolutely keen on in restoring businesses and economies, and in particular small businesses, because we recognize how significant they are as employers and as sources of income, and therefore as contributors to health of the residents of Toronto. So it is a very, very challenging situation, no question. But it is one that we are constantly monitoring for and trying to adjust our response as best as possible in keeping with what we see on the ground and in keeping with the best available evidence.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, good morning, Dr. Davila, and thank you for all of your great work and that of your staff. Endless and ceaseless, and you're tired but still going, so thank you. I wondered just about workplace spread and workplace cases. Who's tracking that, and how you are approaching that, and how the province is approaching that?
So what we do is we obviously get notification of cases. And when we get into clusters in workplaces, we certainly are investigating those clusters and working to control any further spread within that setting. I will admit that in workplaces, it gets a little bit messy because there is a public health component to it, in that we have a communicable disease and some evidence of spread. But by virtue of the fact that some locations are indeed workplaces, there is an occupational health and safety element to that. Mm-hmm. And that is technically outside of the scope of public health. So we have to work in very, very close partnership with the Ministry of Labor, Training and Skills Development to ensure that they are there for those aspects that are more occupational health and safety, and we manage the aspects that are more public health. And there is some overlap, certainly. But what we have done in particular is really worked with our Ministry of Labor colleagues when we found challenging situations, and we are increasingly going out to do inspections with them of workplaces where we know there's higher risk, in order to make sure that we're inspecting to the same level and to the same standards. We come at it from a different perspective, but with a shared goal in mind.
Thank you. I just want to go back. One of the things that the speaker talked about was the big box stores that are open, particularly those that aren't food-based stores. And I'm not sure if we've asked the province for better regulation of that. You're probably aware that on stat holidays in the city, drugstores, let's say, are available to be open for those goods that they might require. That would be prescriptions and foodstuffs, and the rest of the store is closed off. Is that not something that's been considered? Because it really is very hard for small businesses to see that they can't have anybody come in the store despite its small space, well cleaned constantly, and hundreds of people are in big box stores or hardware stores. It's a hard circle to square.
So through the speaker, Councillor, I don't know the specific nature of the conversation that happened at the province on this issue. What I can say is that I am having conversation with the province. I'm having conversation with local medical officers of health around what sorts of measures might further be taken by the province in order to reduce the ongoing and increasing spread of COVID-19 in many communities around the province, and the negative impact that this is having on our healthcare system in particular. And so to the extent that we can help facilitate the ability for people to better engage in self-protection measures and have perhaps less places to be out and about and therefore have less opportunity to spread disease, that's what we're aiming for. And that's what we're actively conversing about and seeking to achieve.
Could you not have only the foodstuff areas in stores open rather than the whole store? I don't know if you've got many powers. I don't know if you have that one.
So through the speaker, Councillor, as I understand it, the challenge is that that is really more of a policy issue than it is a public health issue. And the general advice that we receive, and this is not unique to me, I know that this is advice that local medical officers of health across the province receive, is to really focus the use of powers where they're most appropriate with specific, very clear public health issues at play. And, for policy issues, it would be an inappropriate use of the powers. But again, it's all a question of what are the circumstances, what is the evidence in respect of a communicable disease, and what is specifically needed to control that disease. That's the test that we will be put to every time we exercise our powers.
Thank you. That was your last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Perruzza, question?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. So my question really kind of has to do around the confusion around the patchwork of rules. And I'm just wondering, is that, so let me describe it. York Region stays open, now York Region is closed, Toronto's it's closed, Walmart gets to open, but local smaller shops have to close. Schools, they can kind of like run amok, and then everywhere else you have, and on a hockey rink, for example, you can only allow 10 people to skate indoors. So the part of the reason why people, I think, are not accepting the rules is because they look at them and they say, where's the consistency and where's the fairness? And I guess my question to you is that where's that coming from? Is it because it's just they're not able to figure out where where the cases are, and it's kind of like, and because we're new at it, we're just kind of going at it ad hoc?
So through the speaker, the variation, if you will, in respect of what is permitted in one jurisdiction versus another is in fact a function of the provincial framework. It delineates based on a number of different criteria, some of which are about the epidemiology of the disease from one jurisdiction to the next, some of which has to do with healthcare capacity, some of which has to do with public health capacity, amongst other measures. These are the kinds of markers that are being used, and the province has conversation with each local public health jurisdiction and uses its framework, applies its framework in order to determine which category of the framework and therefore which restrictions and allowances are permitted to those different jurisdictions. So, I recognize that it means that the circumstances are maybe quite different from one jurisdiction to the next, but this is part and parcel of the provincial framework as part of the COVID-19 response.
But as a medical officer, and you obviously have conversations with other medical officers of health, both at the provincial level and beyond. So a conversation I was having with someone the other day was, I said, well, you know what, it's a no-brainer that you should keep schools closed a week or two after Christmas and the holidays, because there's going to be lots of kids going back to school with COVID. So why wouldn't they just simply close the schools now for 2 weeks and then extend the school year by a couple of weeks and let the kids make it up at the back end of the year when things are a little safer? The other conversation was, until they get the schools down and they get the schools, look at the kids. They're slobbering all over each other. They're eating each other's lunches. They're all over. But yet with us, they're killing the economy, and they're forcing us to go through all this stuff. I guess the question is, and maybe this is not a question for you, but during a crisis, leadership is about making tough choices, and sometimes people will understand the tough choices, and sometimes you need to bite the bullet. You can't go one hand, it's convenient for you to keep a lot of kids in a classroom, and on another hand say to people, no, sorry, you can't. The little mom and pop shop has to close, right? Because the three people going into that are going to infect each other.
So through the speaker, there's no question that, COVID-19 has been challenging in very many respects. And certainly there's been no shortage of tough decisions that have been required. But, Councillor, I would assure you that schools have not been maintained open for an argument of convenience. And when I look at the school situation over the course of the fall, and when I listen to the team here at Toronto Public Health and their experiences on the front lines, they actually, through their investigations, have found that by and large, in the majority of cases, there are students within the school system that become diagnosed with COVID-19. But when they actually conduct the investigations, they are finding very little evidence of, or relatively lesser evidence of transmission within the school, and more evidence of acquisition of COVID-19 out in the community. So in fact, the greatest risk factor, based on our own assessment of the situation in our schools, and this has been echoed in jurisdictions across the province, not uniformly, but by and large, everyone has a slightly different set of circumstances in their communities. But what we are seeing by and large across the province is that high levels of COVID-19 in the community are the big risk factor and driver for COVID-19 cases within school. I think the other part of the equation, of course, is that when it comes to schools, they do offer a number of benefits to children over and above the education and the academics. So it is a broader health perspective that is brought to the table. So you'll have seen us really work towards trying to keep in-person schooling open for as long as possible, but certainly not at all costs. Hence, we have taken some decisions to dismiss schools fully when the circumstances warranted that. And in respect of the decisions or conversations around what's happening for January, those conversations are indeed happening. And they're never as simple. The decision is obviously never as simple as it might appear on the surface, but I assure you all the considerations are being looked at very, very carefully in each and every one of those discussions.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. And so, Doctor, just a few very quick questions. First, based on the case counts that we see, the rate of reproduction number that we have, the status and capacity of the healthcare sector, is it your position that we need a level of regional public health interventions today, if not tomorrow?
So through the speaker, in brief, yes.
Okay. And then turning to the immunization campaign, they speak of the efficacy of vaccines being the vaccine's safety, but the effectiveness of a vaccine is based on its uptake. So in order for this vaccine to be effective, what percentage of the population is the federal government targeting for vaccination rates in our country and in our city?
So through the speaker, the federal government has indicated that it's pursuing a target of around 70%, but obviously the more, the better.
So 70% is the target, but the higher the percentage the population takes, the stronger our level of herd immunity.
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct.
Okay, those are all my questions, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, just one moment, Councillor Cressy. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Listen, as we've done for 11 straight months, we begin with thank yous to the mayor for his tireless and steady leadership on this file, to city staff, from the city manager to the DCMs to Chief Peg and the entire EOC and every single member of our city organization. As the chair of the Board of Health, I will single out, as always, Toronto Public Health and Dr. Davila. Listen, our Toronto Public Health team, there's more than 2,000 of them who have been going flat out for 11 straight months, and they're drained. They are physically and emotionally drained, but they continue to push through. They continue to work with the same level of compassion and professionalism that this moment requires, and we owe them an immense debt of gratitude. And to Dr. Davila for shepherding that work and leading that work. I want to speak very briefly in terms of the status of where we are today and the two objectives that are in front of us in the short and the long term. The two objectives are very simple. We have to beat this second wave and beat COVID now. That's the first objective. And the second is to effectively, along with the other levels of government, roll out the largest mass immunization campaign in our city, our province, and our country's history. And so, is there an urgency now? In a word, yes. We've had 50,000 cases of COVID-19 in our city over the last 11 months. Half of those cases have occurred in the last 8 weeks. We have a 40% increase in the weekly average case count of COVID over the last month. The hospital sector in the Greater Toronto area is at risk. And if you want to put a fine point on it, we had 19 individuals die yesterday. Yesterday, 19 individuals in our city died, including a 48-year-old. We had a 23-year-old hospitalized yesterday. And so we have cases rising, a rate of reproduction number above 1. We have exceptional COVID fatigue that has set in, and December holidays coming where people desperately want to gather. You pull all those threads together, and this is a perfect storm. We are on the path towards nothing short of a brutal January unless governments and individuals act today. There is, I can't sugarcoat this. We are heading towards the worst month of this entire pandemic, but it doesn't have to be so. How do you beat this second wave? You act fast and you combine policy interventions with individual behavior. It's very clear, 5 steps. 1, enhanced restrictions to reduce contact at a regional level. Those conversations are active, we are close. 2, enhanced measures to support frontline workers in marginalized communities. Targeted testing and isolation programs and outreach programs, as we've done with our Equity Action Plan. Sick leave, sick leave, sick leave. You can't say it enough because it hasn't been done yet. Sick leave. 3, more robust public health test, trace, and isolation systems to make testing accessible and rapid and to enhance the seamless and coordinated case and contact management system with us in the province. 4, support for residents and businesses to cope. This is a brutal, tough moment for employees, for businesses, and for every one of us who's just trying to survive and manage through a long pandemic, a dark winter, and a cold winter. So mental health supports and financial supports to allow people to cope. And 5, each and every one of us have to approach this December holidays differently. I know I desperately want to hug my brother. I want to see my niece who's a year old. But these December holidays just have to be different. Each one of us has a role to play. And so, Council, make no mistake, there is a fierce urgency right now, in this moment, right now. And we can still, as policymakers and individuals, determine the future. January does not have to be brutal. Lives, residents of our city, people don't have to lose their lives. But we must act. We must act fast. And I have to tell you, under the leadership of our city staff, working with our provincial and regional counterparts, I think we will, and we will come out of this stronger.
Thank you. On HL 24.2, on favor? Show of hands? Carried. Our next item is AU 7.5, Auditor General's Office 2021 Work Plan. Councillor Matlow held the item down. Councillor Matlow, do you have questions, or does anybody have any questions?
No, just to introduce the motion.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Okay, Councillor Matlow to speak. Does the staff have your motion? Okay.
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the motion, I moved the motion before you to ask the Auditor General to include in her work plan an audit of all the previous rental replacement units to assess whether the create through incident is an isolated issue or whether units have been allocated in accordance with city policy in consultation with the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning. What we learned about was a betrayal of the public's trust when we discovered through a Toronto Star article that the CEO of Crate TO offered below market rental units as favors for his family and bonuses for his employees. The rental replacement policy is one of the few tools that the city has to at least tread water to provide affordable housing in this city. And to see this policy abused was, to understate it, upsetting. When there are so many people in our city who we all know are truly in need of these opportunities. I want to commend Mayor Tory and his staff for working with me on the motion and to ensure accountability and to ensure that if this is a more systemic problem, then it be discovered and addressed through the AG. It's important that the Auditor General perform this full audit of the city's rental replacement program to determine whether or not the Create TO incident is a serious but isolated one, which it may well be, but also to determine whether or not other developers have ignored the rental replacement policy, potentially taking affordable housing away from many more Torontonians in need. And with that, I move the motion, and I would appreciate your support.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao to speak.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to speak in support of the motion. This is something that the Auditor General already had identified in her work plan. It was actually subsequent to her review of affordable ownership, which we actually received at this council recently. And so this is work that she had in her work plan.
But given that in October, I also moved a motion to have the chief planner with the housing secretary review all the past agreements. I think it makes perfect sense that these two pieces of work are aligned and they work collaboratively to ensure these systemic issues. I think that everybody was quite shocked with what happened. You know, the board took action. We at the city have asked for this review to happen. Also, there's a report coming to Q1 of 2021 on a process moving forward. As many of the council members know, we have a system called the choice-based system, which is being launched for rent geared to income. And I really think it is important for us to take advantage of this new technology to use a process and create a process that includes all affordable housing, includes all the rent replacement, that people don't get these units by chance, but that there's actually a centralized place in the city where people can see where these units are advertised. That is not by knowing somebody or happening to pass by one of these buildings and finding out that there might be an affordable housing for unit, that there's a centralized place. And so I'm looking forward for that report as well, but I really wanted to speak in support of this motion because I think that the work that was asked for a full review of all the past contracts needs to be incorporated with the work that was planned with the Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Councillor Matlow for placing that motion on the floor. I think it's a critically important body of work that the AG will undertake, and with that, I want to thank her and her team in advance. I recognize that we are asking more and more of her office these days, and I know that in my dealings with her, she is extremely responsive. And I just want to highlight that, you know, one of the big conversations that we had as council earlier this year is the conversation around accountability with respect to expenditures and finances within the Toronto Police. And part of the work that I believe that will be undertaken in 2021 and possibly extended into the future is that our AG will be doing some limited scope of work in working with the Toronto Police Service Board on how they manage certain pockets of finances. So I'll look forward to those reports. I know that her work is always, as always, extremely thorough. But I also want to highlight, which I think is important because it was one of our earliest conversations with her as AG. I cited some concerns I had around TCHC third-party contracted services. And it was largely because I was experiencing as a councillor concerns and inquiries coming in from TCHC tenants about perhaps services being paid for by the corporation, but not necessarily services delivered in satisfaction. And sometimes it's about window cleaning, it's about landscaping, it's about building maintenance, and oftentimes third-party contracted out. And I'm really encouraged to know that part of the AG's work this upcoming year is to actually dive a little bit deeper into that. So therefore, since we are already spending the money and the checks are already being cashed by these third-party companies and the contracts have been tendered, I want to make sure that the residents that we are working on behalf, which is the tenants of TCHC, are getting the very best out of that service that we are already paying for. So I think that it is a responsible way for us to move forward and to make sure that there's accountability, but also to support the board of directors at TCHC so that they can actually be even better managers and provide better governance over their management and leadership team so that everyone has a high level of expectation of work to be done, but also more importantly, results and outcomes to come from that work. And I'm hoping that we don't. I'm hoping that we uncover truth, but also I'm hoping that out of the truth that we uncover will be better outcomes for the residents and better spending practices, but also more importantly, just in terms of better governance at TCHC, and I'll look forward to that. So thank you in advance to our AG for that work.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak, followed by Councillor Ford.
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much, Speaker. And I just want to correct the record that the board of Great TO responded very quickly to this situation prior to any media stories. So just to correct the record, Councillor Matlow, because it's very important, and having a quick response is critical. I do think this is a good motion. I look forward to seeing the AG team up with planning to review all of these. Now, I think one of the things we realize is the difficulty in passing something, let's say 10 or 12 years ago, and then it takes a long time to build things. 5, 6, 7 years later, everything's done, and there is this provision, and often the councillor has changed, and the staff may have changed, and there's no inventory. It's sitting within a division that's very busy doing many other things. And I think one of the outcomes, I'm hoping one of the outcomes of this look by planning and by the AG will be to create a depository, to create an inventory, so that every single one of these rental replacement agreements is in one place. And as our city manager likes to say, there's somebody who gets up in the morning and goes to bed at night, and that is what they're working on. How these units, which were built as part of that development, are legitimately offered out to those who need them. And they are affordable rental. They're not rent geared to income, which is generally what the majority of Housing Connections deals with. So we have to rebalance the system that we're working with to highlight what they are, where they are, when they're built, and who's getting them. Because there may be others out there where this didn't happen. There may be other Section 37 money out there that's dedicated to rental replacement or affordable housing. How well has that worked? Because these are not things when we make a motion that all of a sudden they're now built. And I'm sure everybody understands that. One of the issues around transparency and where there are affordable rentals and needs to be how you would have market or below market renters actually access that. And I will let you know, Councillor Wong-Tam, one of the good things that I feel good about at TCHC is that all of the market rent buildings or market rent units at TCHC are now listed. They're transparent. Anybody can go and see what's available. It was not listed because it wasn't required previously. So we are taking incremental steps to be more transparent, to create the inventories. But let's be proud of the fact that we've moved really quickly to sort this out, and that anyone who's out there that has units that they have inappropriately offered, and I'm going to say that besides, I'm going to say perhaps the developer was inappropriate in offering them that way rather than coming back to the city. So if any developers are sitting with agreements that they've had approved, that now they've built the units and they haven't properly gone back to make sure the deserving folks for whom these units were built are now in them, then we are looking for you and what's happened there. This is not a scouring of Create TO, a scouring of our city staff, a scouring of TCHC. It's a scouring of who built that and did they fulfill the agreement that they had? Did they fulfill the agreement to provide those units for those for whom they were built? And I look forward to hearing the answer to that. But I'm extremely clear what the investigations are for and exactly what I just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll keep my comments pretty brief. Of course, having the pleasure of sitting on the audit committee, our Auditor General does an absolutely fantastic job. I don't think I've ever seen a report below spectacular come from her office. So I expect, great work in the next year. So no doubt, I'm very confident Now, anything she is looking into over the next year in 2021 will come back with a good, return on investment, no doubt. I also want to thank Councillor Matlow for putting that motion forward. I think it's a welcome motion, most definitely, especially with the concerns that came out of that. And then just lastly, I just put in front of council is similar to what Councillor Wong-Tam said, the work that's going to be going on with Toronto Police. Of course, sitting on the Toronto Police Services Board, the board, I have been impressed with the conversations that have happened to date with the Auditor General and the board office, as well as the service. And I would say this isn't necessarily a narrow scope by any means and by any stretch of the imagination with the Auditor General's proposed work. And I see the Auditor General nodding her head. So I think, we're going to get a great report back to City Council and in the coming months and so forth from the Auditor General. And I really look forward to that and continuing those conversations around transparency and accountability and value for dollars within the Toronto Police Services budget. So thank you.
Thank you. On the amendment by Councillor Matlow, on favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Our next item is EC 18.5, selection process to open a temporary shelter for physical distancing at 30 Northwich Drive. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes, I have a couple of questions of staff.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just to get the timelines. And I asked this question before, but I really didn't get an answer, and I'm hoping I get an answer today. So in the report, it says that you sent me an email on May 14th about this. You negotiated or you finalized the lease agreement on May 15th, and the shelter opened on the 17th, correct? Hello?
So, I think Marianne is just trying to connect, but yes, that's my understanding of the timelines, Councillor Perruzza.
All right.
Sorry about that. Yes, those are the timelines, Councillor Perruzza.
Okay, and you also did some renovations to the building, I guess during or before that process.
We had to install some automatic door stops, but they were very minor renovations.
Okay, and is this a typical timeline for negotiating a lease like this? You can do it in 2 days, or rather 1 day, because
This was fairly typical of the type of timeline that was associated with opening our temporary COVID sites under the authorization of the emergency measures. It is not the time that we usually take to open permanent shelters.
And so just to get a sense, when did you start your negotiations with the, when did it come to your attention that this hotel was available and it might be a site that you might consider, and start that conversation with those folks about using the hotel?
I'm just looking for that date now, Councillor, but it might be best answered by Krem, who does the real estate transactions. I'm not sure if Pat Matozo is on the line.
If he's not, Marianne, I think my understanding was in March they did a site visit. So, Councillor Perruzza, they had, needless to say, to open up that many spaces to create physical distancing in the shelter system was quite an undertaking, and CREM, under Pat Matozo's leadership, identified a number of sites that we have to do site inspections for to determine which ones would be suitable and which ones would be open to negotiating with us. This one, I believe, had the site visit done in March. I'm not sure when it actually made the list, but If Patrick's on, he can augment.
Please.
I'm looking through and I don't see.
I don't see him, so.
Marianne, Pat is on. He is on, so we just need to get the volume. Okay.
Oh, thanks, Josie.
I can get back to you with that information, Councillor.
Okay.
Maybe if you have another question, Councillor Prusa, while Patrick gets on.
No, that's basically it. I just want to sort of understand why I would have been sent an email during this COVID transition the day before you execute the agreement. I guess what I'm trying to understand is that your conversations with these folks would have extended back a bit, and as you know, we have a protocol. It's called the Proposed New Engagement and Planning Process for Emergency Shelters, which talks about advising the councillor, involving us in pre-planning, reaching out to local stakeholders, the communities, reaching out to local groups, the school across the street, the hub, the community health center that's not too far from here. The protocol spells out all of that, and I'm thinking none of that was done, and I just want to know, how that timeline worked in relation to that. That's all.
So, Councillor Cruz, so the protocol you're referring to is in a normal process. We had to undertake quite an accelerated process under the authorities of the emergency management powers for the city here, because we had to move forward to do the activities and implement the plan to create that physical distancing within a very short period of time to protect the clients as well as the community from the spread of COVID. So that protocol was not in practice during this particular time for these temporary COVID sites.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So do you have that time when you first visited the site and started the negotiations with the hotel, or started the conversation with the hotel, or no?
Patrick, are you on?
Councillor Perruzza, Pat's trying to get on. I'm sorry he's not there. We will get the information for you. I'll send it to you.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor, okay. We have another question. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, I just wanted to ask about during the pandemic. I'm sure we understand that things might not run as smoothly as they might in non-pandemic times, so that there's a slack cut for that, of course. But there's an impression that in these emergency circumstances and negotiating these locations, that somehow council has the authority to change that, or councilors have the authority to change that. And I just wanted to have that substantiated by you, Deputy City Manager, that staff are taking these things on. We've given staff the requirement to deliver as many beds as possible in whatever way, whether it's hotels or different places that you've discovered. And it's not I guess that it's not under my jurisdiction that I can say, no, you can't put it there, you can't put it there. That is very much a City of Toronto initiative, 100%. Really, the only thing that councillors would be able to do would be to look at how, if there's any tweaking for how well it's being run, or ask to have more folks in to solve any issues that may have emerged from that site. But I just want to be clear where the line is drawn over normal times versus emergency times, please.
That's correct, Councillor Fletcher. Staff have the delegated authority to procure these sites or lease these sites as long as they meet all the requirements and the zoning bylaws. And we have an interdivisional team that helps us assess all that. And as long as it meets those requirements, then staff have that delegated authority.
But for acknowledging or for letting councillors know, there may be something in your protocol that you might want to make sure that you've heard back from the counselor, that they've gotten the message and that they know what's happening, and also know that that it's not about stopping it, it's about making sure it's the smoothest operation possible. And in this case, that might not have been the smoothest relationship with the local council.
That's correct. And staff have gone back to look at that so that we can enhance that and make sure we confirm that the counselor has received the notification.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, you'd like to speak? You held the item.
Speaker. I also have a motion that I'd like to put up, and the motion basically asks that in this case that I believe the lease runs out in April, and if there's a determination to extend that lease, that the protocol be followed, because there's ample time between now and April, to sort that out. So I move that, Speaker. And Speaker, of course I was upset when I first heard of this. As you've heard, what the report outlines is that I was sent an email to my general counsellor account, which I missed, during the COVID transition when we were leaving our offices and setting up remotely. And the lease was signed the following day, and the shelter was opened the day after that. And I learned of this from a constituent's call sometime in September. And I have to tell you, I think it leaves us all in a very difficult position when a constituent calls you up and says, hey, did you know? Community building is a shared exercise. It's a shared activity between us, the staff, and the community, quite frankly. And when we're completely out of touch or out of the loop, or excluded from these decisions or information for that matter. We look, quite frankly, uninformed, and people, rightly to look at us and say, geez, what are you doing there, right? Like, what are you up to? I mean, you don't even know, right? I have to tell you. And I think that's no matter, and I understand that the difficulty staff has during a very, very critical time. COVID has made life challenging for all of us. And this is one particular area of municipal governance, and that is very, very difficult, providing shelter to people. I get that. And I understand how it needs to, the process sometimes needs to move very, very quickly, and it's difficult to manage. I get that. I understand that. I think most people would understand that as well. But it's difficult when we are completely excluded, left out of the loop, and then basically find out or forced to find out through third parties what the city has been up to in terms of community building and community development. And I'm not going to belabor this. So I think that's unacceptable. I think that there has to be better communication between us and our staff, between us and our departments, and irrespective. And I think that applies to all of us, irrespective of the crisis we are undergoing. That's something that needs to, quite frankly, occur. I'll tell you something else that is completely unacceptable. And I think that it's important for all of us. So this shelter was opened in May. I found out about it in September. I've raised it in September. It's now December. And I have still to receive a phone call from anyone saying, Counselor, this is what we did. This is why we did it. This is how it's going. Is that asking for too much? To basically, after you've raised it, after you've asked about it, right? For somebody to pick up the phone and say, hey, by the way, right? Let me inform you now. I think that applies to each and every one of us. And I think that's no offense, is unacceptable. So I have a motion, and I'm hoping that we do better going forward. I think it's important for all of us. You know, community building is a shared responsibility. It's a shared responsibility between us, our staff, and the neighborhoods and the community that we represent. And everyone needs to be engaged in that exercise. And when those things begin to break down, it doesn't work well for any of us. So I'm hoping people support that. Thanks.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Matlow, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yeah. Councillor Prusa, there are other temporary shelters that have been opened during the pandemic that have options for lease extensions. Do you care so much is it important to you to have the specific address in your motion? Or can you leave it as simply lease extensions for temporary shelters?
No, I'm happy to take out the address and have that apply across the board. Given that we are now undergoing a pause and we've kind of caught up, I think, and there's an opportunity to do it a little better going forward.
Okay. Are you going to undertake that as a friendly amendment?
I'm happy if you want to do that, or I can do that with the clerk. Sure, if I can ask the clerks to take out the address and have it apply across the board.
Okay.
If people are interested in that, I'm okay with that.
If I can interject, that Councillor Matlow, that would not be in order for you to amend Councillor Peruzza's motion, because what we're dealing with is specifically his shelter in his ward. So that would have to be a separate. Yeah, a committee. So right now we're just dealing with the North Finch. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, questions? Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yep. Can you hear me, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Peruzza, I was listening to the conversation that took place around this item at the standing committee. I'm just trying to get some clarity from you. You said in your remarks a moment ago that you received an email from staff, which you didn't see, or I guess your own staff didn't see. And you're saying that you're left out of the loop. And I also heard in conversation from your questioning of staff at the standing committee that they did offer to brief you, but your office never responded to the briefing. So I'm having a lot of trouble understanding how you're saying that you were left out of the loop.
Yeah, I got sent a notice on the 14th of May. I think the report speaks to that. It was an information notice. There was never any offer to brief me. I've never received a phone call from the department, in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I've raised it publicly, as you've suggested, but no, I have not.
But Councillor, so you're conflicting what I heard from staff at the standing committee. They offered to brief you, and they said your office didn't respond.
No.
And they send you an email. They send you an email that you said a couple of minutes ago that you obviously missed. So I guess I'm having trouble understanding how you feel you're out of the loop on this and what staff would do differently.
Councillor Ainsley, you're questioning the mover of the motion, that you're not referring to the motion.
Well, so Madam Speaker, the trouble I'm having is he's
Well-
moving this motion based on information he says he didn't receive.
Yeah.
And I heard at the standing committee that he did receive the information.
Well,
Okay.
No, if I had received the information, I wouldn't be asking the question, Paul.
okay.
Okay, thanks, Councillor.
I've asked the question, and I've been asking the question because I haven't had any information. I
Thank
learned
you.
it from my constituent.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah.
We do have another question, Councillor Robinson, clarification of the motion. Councillor Robinson?
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So, thank you, Councillor Perruzza, for putting this forward. I don't know if you're aware that, you know, in some cases, bordering councillors, when temporary shelters are going in, are not advised. And so, were you aware of that? And do you think that would be a good addition to this, that councillors in proximity, close to, across the street from shelters should be advised?
Absolutely. So it doesn't apply in this case because this is kind of like right at the corner of Jane Finch. But I'm happy to include that. Yeah, I think you should have. I think the protocol speaks to, you know, there's a pre-planning exercise of facilitation, and I'm not saying that, you know, all of this has to be going, but there's a couple of things that are spelled out in the protocol that council adopted on this. Which become a requirement, and one of the requirements, for example, that's spelled out here in the protocol, is engagement with, for example, you know, local providers, local health improvement network. There's one across the street in the mall. There's a school right across the street. There's a youth hub across the street. Engagement with those stakeholders. That's spelled out here in the protocol. That doesn't take a lot to do, you know, to reach out to those folks. And when those folks who are in the business of delivering these services is left out of the loop as well. I mean, everybody's left scratching their heads, right? So I understand COVID. I understand the pressures that our staff are under. All I'm saying here with my motion is that going forward, if you do that, then there's a minimum requirement here that I think can easily be followed and wouldn't take up a lot of staff time to do that, as well as better informing us and having us somewhat involved in these in this community building exercise.
So, thank you for that. And as the bordering councillor, this shelter that went in the summer, literally meters from my ward, I was not advised. In fact, I learned about it in a press release, the city press release. That's how I found out. I guess, would you like to see the TDSB, daycares, seniors residents in the areas informed and notified and part of the consultation process?
Okay, that's your last question.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. So you're right, Councillor Robinson. So some of that is spelled out here in the protocol, and what my motion does in relation to this one is that some of that protocol should be followed. We have time now. You know, there's a four-month period. I know that staff is doing all of their assessments now. They're looking at what they're going to continue, not continue. So community engagement is very important.
Thank you.
And yeah, sure.
Councillor, I just want to remind members of council, when you're asking questions, we're asking questions on this particular shelter at North Finch. So your question should be related to that item only. And the motion that Councillor Perruzza has moved. Councillor Thompson, question, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Perruzza. Just looking at your motion, because the speaker has reminded me that I have to ask for clarification on the motion. I'm just looking at your motion. So with respect to the temporary shelter that's been put in place, you're suggesting that if there is an extension to continue the temporary shelter process, that there'll be full extensive consultation?
That the protocol would be looked at, and there's some requirements in the protocol that are not optional. that requires some modest engagement with local stakeholders, that would be, since there's time now, since we're not, we're in December and the lease runs out in April, so there's a 4-month period, and I know that staff is doing that assessment, so they have an opportunity to do that engagement. Yes, absolutely. That's what my motion says.
But Councillor, I just wanted to remind you, and I think the staff were attempting to do that in their questioning, this process was established under the Emergency Measures Act. So in essence, the protocol that you're referring to and that you're attempting to respond to with respect to your motion basically did not allow for that to take place. I'm not sure if that's clear to you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I don't think I'm that thick. I get it. I understand what they said.
I don't know what that means, Councillor. I'm just asking you for what to respond to my question. Not sure what thick is.
I'm trying to respond to your question. In my comments, I said I understand that COVID has created a crisis, and this particular shelter was, if you follow the sort of the timelines in the report, was opened in 3 days. A public notice was sent out on the 14th. A lease was signed on the 15th. Renovations were done, and it was opened on the 17th. I get that.
Thank you.
And I get that. Yeah. But now,
appreciate that.
Now,
Sure.
the lease rent. Okay. Sure.
Sure. So, Councillor, can I just ask you this final thing relating? Will you offer an apology to the staff if, in fact, it's proven that they did inform your office or attempted to provide you with email and so on, along with the attempt to follow up to provide you with a briefing? Will you apologize to staff? Because you've said you haven't received any information, no notification, apparently just the brief introduction to the shelter opening the day before. I'm just asking if you would commit to that.
So
that's your last question.
I'm not sure what wasn't clear about what I said. I got a notice on the 14th, a public notice that went into my general email account, which I did not see. They sent it. It's true. It's on the email system. I didn't see it. I raised this issue in September because it was brought to my attention by a constituent. I raised it privately first at council with the city manager, and then publicly at council and asked for a report. Since that time, I have had no contact from our staff on this issue. Is that clear, Councillor Thompson?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you. Sure.
Councillor Perks, question, clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Perruzza, first let me say, this is very, very unfortunate, and I understand your frustration. I'm trying to understand your motion. So the purpose here with doing additional engagement should the city wish to extend the lease, is your purpose to create an option to have the community close the facility or change the capacity of the facility or change the client base of the facility?
No, I don't think the protocol gives the community that authority. I think we have a protocol, an established protocol, because I think when we do community building, we believe that the community, as a council, we believe that community building happens. It's a shared partnership between the elected official, us, the staff, the professionals at the city level, and the community. That's what our protocol contemplates. That's what says should happen. That's all I'm saying. Should happen. The protocol doesn't give anybody the authority to say yay or nay.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. I understand better now.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any further speakers on this item? Okay, we have the motion by Councillor Perruzza, if we can put it on the screen. Okay, on favor? Show of hands. Carried.
Recorded vote.
Who asked for a recorded vote? Counselor Cole. Okay, Counselor Cole, recorded vote. You should ask for it before we take the vote, Counselor Cole.
Yeah, I thought we were into questions and then you got right into the vote.
Well, yes, that's what we normally do.
Well, I thought I would be allowed to
Yeah.
speak to the item, but I wasn't allowed to.
I did ask if there were any further speakers and nobody said yes. I asked it 3
But
times.
there were just questions of the speaker, though. There was questions of the mover.
No, I
You
did
should
ask for speakers.
Okay, you're right. Thank you.
You see both of them? Councillor Carroll, I don't think the vote's been delivered to your computer. Can you indicate your vote, please?
Is a real piece of work. He is. He's a lot. He is. He's.
Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, please. Councillor Carroll, are you present and voting? Your video camera is on and I can see you. Members, I just want to remind you that under the City of Toronto Act, if you are present in a meeting and do not vote, the clerk is required to record you in the negative. And so I want to establish, Madam Speaker, whether Councillor Carroll is present or not.
Counselor Carroll? Counselor Carroll? Counselor Carroll?
No. Madam Speaker, I'm going to form the opinion that Councillor Carroll is not present. She appears to be engaged otherwise, so we will record her as absent.
We'll return, yeah.
The motion carries, Speaker. The vote is 20-2.
Thank you. Item is amended. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, we do have one member's motion that I want to introduce. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. It can be placed on the screen. This is an urgent notice of motion regarding the zoning related to Stronghouse, the supportive housing development, and it is urgent in order to allow the planning work to proceed to meet the federal government CMHC timelines for rapid housing funding.
Okay, the motion is on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Do we have any quick releases at this time before we break? Any quick releases? No? Okay. Next item is GL 19.2. Councillor.
Madam Speaker, I'm working on some motions with a couple of councillors and staff, and I think it'll save us a lot of time if we can deal with this right after the break or after the members' motions, whichever you prefer.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, we think we have time to start one more item, which is GL 19.4, vehicles for hire. Councillor Wong Tam held the item down. It's here without a recommendation. Do we have questions to staff? Councillor Wong Tam, question to staff.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do recognize we probably won't be able to finish the item, but my first question to staff is, with respect to COVID-19, the impacts on the taxi industry, have you heard from the taxi operators themselves around the type of hardship that they have experienced over the past 10 months?
Through the speaker to the councillor, thanks for the question. Yes, absolutely. With the number of shutdowns, the people staying at home, less events, less nightlife, concerts, etc., the industry has been hit hard. I've heard that from a number of them. Yes.
Thank you. And would you categorize the taxi drivers themselves as independent contractors and small business operators?
That's a fair. That's what they call themselves. That's fair. Sure.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the type of fees that we charge them with respect to the licensing fees, is it the same on par as the same type of fees that we charge restaurants and cafes and other types of businesses?
Each category, we have close to 99 different categories, and they are different. So yes, taxi, vehicle for hire, limo, etc., restaurants, bars, etc., are all at different levels based on the level of service required. Again, they range in different categories, and again, these have been verified by a third-party economist that our user fees are in keeping with cost recovery and the city's cost recovery model.
Thank you. And just very quickly, can you remind council how much is a license fee for a taxi versus that of a cafe?
Yeah, so a standard taxi cab driver is $1,129, and I think a restaurant is around $380.
Okay, thank you. And out of the type of fees that are collected at the City of Toronto for licensing fees overall, what is that quantum, and how much of that proportion is allocated to taxi fees? Is it indeed 30% of the fees collected belong to taxis? Is that correct?
So the vehicle for hire is around 10 million. That's the entire group. Taxis is around 6 million. And the total is around 32 million. So doing the quick math, I'm not sure what that is, but it is, there are a number of taxi drivers, a number of taxi owners, and they do contribute to the overall revenue of our division for the administration and enforcement, as well as the TLT, which is many of these cases are involving the taxi industry.
But it would be safe to say that in no way does the taxi industry represent 33% of overall licensed businesses in the City of Toronto. Is that correct?
That is, I haven't done the math on that, but you're probably not too far off.
So 1 out of 3 businesses is not a taxi. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, great.
Yeah, you're correct.
Thank you. Sorry for my clumsy question.
No.
So with respect to the impact right now, I mean, you cited the fact that there is declining revenues, but can you, is it true that about 95% of the fleet, the taxi fleet, is parked at the moment? Basically not in service, not on the roads?
95% sounds very high. I do not have that data to know who's parked and who isn't, who's driving and who isn't. 95 seems fairly high, even from what I see in my local neighborhood.
I believe that was a survey that was actually conducted regarding taxis, and that was the site of the source. It actually came directly from a survey. But that's okay. We'll put that aside for now, just because I see my clock is running. And then I guess my final question is, because the taxis are mostly parked, like the majority of them are parked, if we are able to provide them some supports, would you say that not be a laudable goal? Is that not something that we would want to do?
That was your last question.
So again, it's challenging. What we've offered, what we've provided in our staff report is a extension of a vehicle year, which we think provides for additional supports at no cost. The challenge with doing it industry by industry is that I think it's important that it be done consistently and across all categories, as many businesses have been hit in different ways.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Picking up on the answer to the last question through you to Mr. Grant, can you tell Council a little bit about the breadth of categories of businesses that we collect fees from, and just confirm what the fees are used for?
Sure. Thank you for the question, So I'll start with that there are 99 different license categories. The fees are used for the administration and enforcement and the Toronto Licensing Tribunal. Again, they range from from $3,000 to $12,000. Sorry, $300 to $12,000. Again, there's a range of them. What I think is important to note is that through the pandemic, there have been businesses that have been forced to shut down, close doors completely. There are businesses that have been impacted by those businesses closed down. I think the taxis fit into that category. And then there are other businesses that have been able to continue to operate and not impacted, which would be more the grocery store and the convenience stores that actually have done, I would imagine, quite well during the pandemic.
And so, have there been other industries that have expressed a desire to have fees lessened by the city because of the impact of the pandemic on them? I know we may not have a report before us, but have you seen or heard of others?
Through the chair, absolutely. Our office, our virtual office at 850 Coxwell at the East York Civic Center receives calls daily from different businesses, from food trucks to coffee trucks, a whole host of industries from hairdressing, personal service settings. Yes, across the board, people have been asking for relief since March.
Have there been any staff recommendations to date that recommend the pause, suspension, clawback, rebate of any of those fees? Or is this the first? And I'm sorry, I should be clear that there isn't necessarily a staff recommendation, but we know what this report is about based on the comments at committee.
So no staff recommendations to date. However, I can inform you that early on in the pandemic, we paused fees. We paused the collection of those fees, and we paused issuing late fees. I feel that I don't have the authority to waive these fees. This is something that needs to be discussed in the broader context with the budget. It is a significant amount of funds, $32 million in revenue, and the waiving of such fees is a decision that's really important that should be made in the context of the discussions at the budget committee and the impacts moving forward as the city is in a very difficult year.
So if we waive the fees in one category, do you think that it would likely lead to earnest requests from other categories to do the same or treat them fairly? And at the end of the day, if council were to take that action, who would ultimately pay the bill? Because the cost to the division that you recover the money for continues. Do I have that correct?
You have that correct. I believe there's one other councillor looking to move a motion with this item today about another business. I would just say that if we were to not have the revenues for these businesses, $32 million, and again, I think each $10 million equals a 1% property tax, and I'm sure the city doesn't want to necessarily, add 3% extra onto property taxes. But again, this is more of a discussion that I think should be had at the budget committee.
At the budget, and I guess just finally, what's the range of the fees that taxi operators face, And what are the other financial considerations that go into the mix? I should say that it's not just taxi operators. There's drivers, there are vehicle owners, there's brokers. I think we heard from them at the committee. They all paid different things. But then there's a whole bunch of other financial considerations, such as the price of fuel, not using the fuel, the age of the vehicle, even Canada Emergency Response benefits and other things from the government. Would it be fair to say that there's quite a bit that goes into the mix of the financial situation that is going on with the taxi industry?
That was your last question.
Yeah, and great question. Yes, the business licensing fees are but one of many costs that the taxi industry has. The biggest one that most taxi drivers and owners face is on insurance. You're right, there's gas, there's maintenance, there are different leasing fees, there are a whole host of fees that are over and above the cost of the business license. Business license ranges in this category from $195 for a driver to $1,129 for an owner to $835 for a limousine owner to $532 for a taxi brokerage. So there is a range of fees in this category.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question before we break. I asked that question at committee. So going through the budget, and we went through your budget a couple of weeks ago, are there a lot of businesses that have not paid their license fees because of COVID and the loss of revenue? And businesses and has asked us to waive their fees or exempt them?
So it's a complicated answer, actually, as some businesses have not made it through the pandemic. Others have paid late, but our revenues, at the start were significantly down. But a majority of the businesses that we license have paid. We haven't had a lot of people default, but it's something that I'd have to look at closer and maybe through the budget process to do a comparison year over year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, thank you. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before we do the members' motion run-through, are there any further release of holds? Please put your name on the list. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza?
I'm
A quick
here.
Quick
Yeah,
release?
I'm here.
Yeah, quick release?
Yes.
Okay.
So down in the order paper, I'm just trying to find the number, Speaker. CC 27.8. I'm happy to release that.
Okay, CC 27.8, Councillor Perruzza is releasing. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Are there any further releases? Okay, I don't see any. So we'll go through the members' motions. MM 27.1.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. We were waiting on a ruling on whether Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Matlow's motion was in order.
Okay.
It's been brought multiple times.
Yes. Okay.
And we all know you cannot bring the same motion multiple times unless a certain period of time has elapsed.
Okay, Councillor, so...
Or circumstances have materially changed.
Okay, if I can just please comment? Okay. So, members, earlier in the meeting, I was asked to review members' motion 27.15 regarding the Scarborough subway extension. The motion proposes that council request the province to change its plans for the project. This motion is in order. I considered whether the motion should at least be subject to a vote to reopen a previous matter, which is required by the council procedures if a member is asking the chamber to consider the same set of facts within 12 months of a previous decision. However, council has not considered the same question in the last 12 months. Furthermore, the members cite the news about the closure of the Scarborough RT before the opening of a new subway line as the reasons for their motion, and this likely constitutes new information in any event. A vote to reopen is not required. Some have suggested that the motion should be ruled out of order because council has already decided the matter once and for all. Parliamentary principles preserve the rights of an assembly to change its mind. This is confirmed by Robert's Rules of Order, which is our parliamentary authority under our council procedures. It says a motion to rescind or amend something previously adopted is in order. To rule otherwise would invalidate many past decisions in this chamber, including perhaps even some on this agenda. It would also set a precedent that would tie the hands of this council in future by preventing cancellation or amendment of prior decisions. For these reasons, I'm ruling that the motion is in order.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So MM 27.1, we'll put the motion on the screen. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Recorded vote, please,
Recorded
Speaker.
vote
I should have
to keep...
asked the MOH about this earlier today, but very important that Santa can make it here.
Yes, we
Thank
need
you.
Santa.
On a point of privilege, Madam Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Holliday?
I hope it goes without saying that our good people in MLS will turn a blind eye to any noise issues or parking issues by Santa so that we don't have to issue those exemptions. And I also hope Santa wears a mask.
Okay.
Oh, I think that everyone will leave a mask out and some sanitizer for Santa. And I know that Santa's sourcing all of these gifts locally this year, I'm pretty sure.
And we do have a member of council with a Santa hat on.
Oh. Is that you, Speaker?
And I hope Santa doesn't forget me.
He could never forget you.
Yeah. Okay, on keeping Santa, on favor? Oh, recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Come on.
Jennifer.
Hat, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring some
You look so
diversity into
cute.
the Santa Claus discussion.
Councillor Thompson, it appears to us the motion has not gone to your computer, so if that's the case.
Yes, they're actually trying to fix my computer now, and I'm in favor.
Counting Councillor Thompson in favor of Santa.
Yes.
Santa, I'm just across the hall if you'd like to bring a gift over.
Similarly, Councillor Matlow and Councillor Thompson. Sorry, Councillor Pasternak, pardon me.
Yes, yes, I'm locked out, so I'm in the affirmative.
Yeah, no, it happened to the other Jew as well.
All right.
Everybody else has a conflict of interest.
Okay, I hope everyone supports Santa.
Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Our next motion is MM 27.2. Stopping residential evictions. It's on your screen. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. On the item, all in favor?
Madam
Speaker,
Speaker,
can
may
I
ask
hold
for-
this?
Pardon?
It's Councillor Wong Tam speaking.
Yes?
I'd like to hold the item, please.
Okay. Councillor Wong Tam is holding. MM 27.3. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 27.4. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Toronto East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 27.5. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 27.6. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. On the item, all in favor?
Hold, Denzelman and Wong, please.
Okay, MM, just one sec.
Thank you.
27. MM 27.6, Deputy Mayor Minawong is holding. Thank you. MM, just one sec. Gotta flip the page. MM 27.7. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 18.51. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor to reopen the item? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 27.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 27.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 27.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 27.11. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Hold, Min and Wong, please.
Okay, just one sec. 2711, Deputy Mayor Minawong is holding.
Unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable.
Believe it.
I can believe it. That's the sad part, Deputy Mayor.
MM 27.12. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 27.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds.
Madam Speaker.
Yes?
Sorry, Madam.
Pardon?
Still enjoying their lunch on,
Okay, I
Madam
don't.
Speaker.
Yes, who is this?
It's Councillor Grimes. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my mute button. I'd like a recorded vote on 2712, please.
Okay, well, we've already voted on it, so we have to reopen.
If we could have a recorded vote, because my.
never mind, it muted. Talking.
Okay, can I have somebody to reopen 2712 for a recorded vote?
Is it not?
So moved. Councillor
Why-
Carroll here, so moved.
Okay, Councillor Carroll's moving to reopen. All in favor? Carried.
Speaker, on a point of order,
Yes?
I thought that the procedure bylaw allowed a member to ask for a recorded vote both before and after council has done an unrecorded vote.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can clarify.
Yes. Okay. Yes, that's fine. Let's have a recorded vote on 2712.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You put it back up on. There we go.
Yeah, it depends how much time has passed since we've taken the vote, Councillor Holliday. This was immediately after, so that's fine.
Members, if you just stand by for a moment. The voting panel will open in a minute. Councillor Robinson, are you present? Oh, thank you. I have received your vote, Councillor Robinson. Thank you. Councillor Fillion, are you present and voting? The motion carries unanimously. The vote is 24 in favor.
Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Recorded.
Okay, recorded vote on
Sorry,
2713.
can I hold this item, please? I have questions. Thank you. Thank you.
So Councillor Fletcher, you would like to hold down MM 2713?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. 2714. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2715. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral.
May I have a recorded vote, Speaker?
Recorded vote. Waiving referral.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Bradford, please. And Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please. This is on waiving referral. Thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote. Recorded vote on the item.
No, I'd like to hold this or have the mover hold it.
Recorded vote.
It's being held.
No, we're holding this.
No, Counselor Bradford?
Counselor Matlow's welcome to hold it.
We're vote.
No,
It's a recorded
no, we're
vote.
voting. Recorded vote now.
Yes,
I thought he was holding it.
recorded
Can you
vote.
not ask questions of the mover?
No, recorded
Sorry.
vote. We're doing a
Speaker,
recorded vote.
Speaker, somebody said they wanted to hold it.
Okay. Who wants to hold it?
Counselor Bradford said he wanted to hold it.
Okay,
All
I
of a
didn't
sudden,
hear,
we're trying
I
to have
didn't
people
hear.
vote.
It's hard for me to hear when I have everyone speaking at the same time. Counselor Bradford, you would like to hold the item?
I'm happy to hold it, or the mover can hold it, but either way, I have questions.
Oh,
So I'll hold it, yeah.
There's something funny happening with your camera, Brad.
MM 27.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2717.
Very impressed with everybody's fancy titles. I seem to have set a precedent here. Very good title.
Notice of this
Donna
motion
Kelly.
has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried.
One sec, one sec. Recorded vote, recorded vote,
To waive referral?
recorded vote.
Yes, to waive.
No, just on the item.
Okay. So on the item, there, a recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please, and Councillor Perruzza, thank you. The motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. MM 2718. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried.
Hold, Denzelman and Wong, please. Hold.
Okay, so do we, well, let's do the referral first.
Okay.
All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. And counts,
Hold.
you would like to hold it?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. MM 27.19. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion's been added to the agendas before council for debate. Somebody has their mic on and I can hear pages. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2720. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2721. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion's been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2722. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2723. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2724. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2725. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2726. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2727. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 2728. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2729. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2730. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2731. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair, and this motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2732. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2733. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for the members' motions. We'll now go back to the item before lunch. Which is GL, well, we were in the middle of 4. Okay, we'll continue with GL 19.4. I believe that we were just asking questions, so if we can just put the list on the screen, if you can give us a minute. So are there any further questions on GL 19.4? Are there any further?
Speaker, I believe I was on your list, but I don't know. I kind of got off. I don't know why.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, thank you so much, Speaker. Yeah, so I was just, I wanted to ask staff, there's lots of people basically hurting in the industry, taxi drivers, obviously, COVID has hurt everybody. Coffee trucks or catering trucks. I know I'm dealing with a particular case where their businesses has been seriously hurt, but we still require them to hang on to their licenses in order for them to, one day when business does come back and they're able to, and their catering trucks are able to go to work. Is there any plan to provide relief during the interim for those folks as well?
So through the speaker, and thank you for the question. I think in my earlier responses, we need to look at this for all business license categories, not just one by one. But I can let you know that the annual renewal fee for the coffee trucks and catering trucks you're talking about is $813 per year. We have a little over 330 of them, and the impact of reducing those fees would be $320,000.
And Mr. Grant, I appreciate that. I understand it's always dollars and cents, but we also need to understand the new reality that everybody's living in. For example, if I wanted a Twinkie delivered to my door, I could probably call somebody and someone on a motorized tricycle with a little wagon on the back would show up and deliver the Twinkie to my door. And we don't collect any license fees or any other fees from those folks, correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Yeah, so all of these businesses that sort of were established and people grew out and they rely on, and their employees rely on, their families rely on, and all the rest of it, we're all faced with this very, very harsh and difficult climate that COVID has imposed. On top of that, applications and technology is making their viability even that much more difficult. If they all go under, don't we lose the $300,000 in license fees anyways?
In that you've painted, if continue to operate and no one moves into this market to backfill them, you're correct. We would lose that 300.
Okay, so we lose the revenue, and then we need to figure out how to make it up somewhere else. So isn't it better for us to give them relief now, and in the hope that when COVID is done, that they continue to be viable businesses so that they continue to pay for their licenses and we get some revenues? Isn't it, don't you think it, like if we were looking at this as a business, would we not come to that conclusion, say, let's help them out now so that they can continue, and then when the Twinkie guy wants to drive them out of business, you know what I mean? At least they got like a leg to stand on, right?
So thank you for the question. I appreciate and I share your concerns for these small business. However, that's not my decision to make. It's council's decision to make whether they want to defer or reduce these fees moving forward. And that's why in my previous responses, I've spoken to this being more properly before the budget committee.
But what would we need to do today to give you the flexibility to exercise your best judgment in granting some of this relief to these people, so that we don't just we don't give them that final stab to drive them under? right? So that, you know, we give them the relief so that in the hope that one day they can come back and pay us those fees.
Again, I appreciate the concerns for small business. This isn't a staff decision. This is really before council for you and your colleagues to determine whether you want to give relief and what the offsetting costs or revenues would be to do that.
Would it be appropriate for us to give you blanket authorization to exercise your best judgment on where to provide this relief? I understand that you're looking at dollars and cents. In this case, it's $300,000. In the other case, it's $1 million. But some people are working, some people aren't working. Some of their licenses are in jeopardy, some aren't. At least take a look at the ones that are in jeopardy and say, you know what, we're going to have to bite the bullet here and help carry these people through this very, very difficult economic time, so that in the hope that they can continue after this and pay us those fees.
That was your last question.
So through the speaker, thank you for the delegated authority. I'm not in a position to make decisions based on each industry. There's a lot of work that goes into that. I think it is a financial decision that needs to be taken within the context of the greater deficit that the city is facing as a result of the pandemic. And this is more properly before the budget committee and a council decision rather than an executive director of municipal licensing and standard.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have your, I guess it's the report here, and on page 2, 5 paragraphs down, you're saying that a 75% reduction in the monies to be collected from non-accessible vehicle for hire members in 2021 is feasible. So you've said repeatedly that you're not going to comment on what you're saying. It's a council decision, but your report seems to be saying this measure is okay.
Speaker, and thank you for the question. This is a completely different matter. This is about the accessibility fund, of which we have just started recovering over the last year. We dispersed funds this year, and we do still have a surplus. And this is an area that we looked at closely, that this is one area that there may be an opportunity to have a reduction. Again, yes, I'm recommending it based on the data that we have, but it's significantly different than a regular business licensing fee.
Okay, so this is one measure you can recommend. You've actually recommended a few here. You've changed the model years, I guess, from 8 model years to 9 model years for vehicles of the 2012 model year. So that's one thing you're suggesting here. You're suggesting a 75% reduction in monies to be collected from non-accessible vehicle for hire members in 2021. So that's a second suggestion here. The third thing seems to be that you're supposed to be operating on a cost recovery basis. The taxi industry seems to be saying that this is a profit center, that there's a massive reserve. And I'm just wondering whether you can comment on that. They're saying it's not cost recovery, that in fact it's a profit center for the city.
So through the speaker, this is not a profit center for the city. This is a cost of administering and enforcing this particular bylaw. We did a user fee analysis in 2018. A third-party economist verified our rates. The items that I've put forward as recommendations are one that are doable, that have minimal implication on the divisions and the city's overall budget position.
So when it came to the members' motion from October 2020, it had a series of recommendations It goes on and on. Were any of these adopted by committee, or came it bounced right back here unchanged?
So we brought it to committee. We made 2 recommendations, both of which were voted down by committee. They chose to put it forward without recommendation, I guess with the intention that there would be some work done between committee and council. I do believe there are some motions coming to that effect. But again, we made motions that we felt were reasonable and responsible. And we reported back as directed on the feasibility of reducing fees.
And committee voted it down. Another question here. So they're saying, the taxi industry is saying that only a fraction of their fleet is even on the road. They're saying it's less than 20% of their fleet. I don't know how that's possible, but maybe it is. And yet everyone has to pay fees even though they're not on the road. Is that correct?
So that's part of the challenge that we're facing through the pandemic, that people are open and operating. Some are open, some are operating, some are operating at different levels. We don't have data on this. The taxi industry does not provide us with data on number of trips, number of rides. All we have is data on the number of plates on the shelf. We have anecdotal data that this has been a reduction. Councillor Wong Tam quoted 95%. I disagree with that. There is no way that I don't believe that 95% are not working. Have they been impacted? Absolutely impacted, definitely throughout the pandemic. Yes, at various levels, early on in the pandemic and throughout. But I do not know, to a percentage of who is open and operating.
Thank you. That was your last
So
question.
when someone gives up their
Councillor Pasternak, that was your last question. You're way over 5 minutes.
Oh,
Deputy
okay,
Mayor
thank you.
Minnan-Wong.
Thank you very much, Carlton.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Grant. It's very refreshing to hear your concern for the financial health and the budgetary process for the city. That being said, so the yearly fee for a taxi is how much?
So for a driver, the renewal fee is $195.26 per year.
Okay.
For a taxi cab owner, it's $1,129 per year.
Okay, and was that?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
No, I was just going on to limousines and brokers, different fees.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay, so when were those fees put up to $1,125 for the owner?
There were a number of items that happened in 2016 and again in 2019 where they were first decreased. We removed a number of items and then we've revamped our fees probably in I think again in 2016 is when this all was revamped.
Oh, so was that when? Sorry, was that when the Uber decision was made?
That is correct, and the items related to transfers, training, inspections were reduced from the fees.
Okay. So they were higher before, and then when you didn't have to do inspections and a few other things that was taken out of the bylaw, you reduced the fees. Is that right?
That's correct.
What was it before?
I don't have that readily before me, but I know there were items in there. There was a $4,000 to $5,000 transfer fee. There were a fee. There was a refresher course fee. So it was higher. I'm not sure to what amount. In the hundreds of I believe it was $1,280 before. So it's down $1,000.
Okay. What do you get for 1,000 plus What do you get for that? Apparently it's cost recovery. What do you get?
So thank you for the question. It provides for the administration and the enforcement, as well as the Toronto License Tribunal costs. A number of these matters come before the tribunal, so it covers those three main items.
Okay. And a final question with regard to the age of vehicle. We could suspend it for 12 months to give them financial relief and not cut into the age of vehicle in general that would make the cars older and less attractive. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. You're right. The additional age of the vehicle, potentially less attractive, potentially environmental emissions as well. But with reduced kilometers this year, we feel that is viable and reasonable.
But one of the problems with the taxi industry and the introduction of Uber was the fact that taxis were kind of less attractive than the newer cars, and the older this could be a cutting off your nose to spite your face arrangement, where less people are going to take taxis the worse shape the cars are in.
I would hope the taxi industry continues to maintain their vehicles as they do, and it's not a detriment for people taking taxis.
All right. Thanks, Carlton.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
She's hiding behind her chair.
Councillor Fletcher.
She's still hiding.
Councillor Fletcher. Okay, Councillor Fletcher was the last questioner, so we'll have to.
Just pass, Speaker. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speakers. We can get the speakers list. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I would like to place a motion onto the screen. The motion largely captures some of the discussion points that we have gone through at this council meeting. Some of it is captured and plucked out of the staff report, and some of it was discussed at our last council meeting. So the proposal is to actually try to drive this through the budget process. I believe it's a responsible way for us to consider how to provide some support to the taxi industry. So that means that we're not necessarily waiving any fees today. We're not eliminating them or reducing them, but we're rather asking the CFO to report back to the budget process on how to consider those things I've just mentioned. The other item, of course, is to actually take the staff recommendation, which they said was okay, which was to actually address the accessibility fund reduction by 75%, which really amounts to a saving of about $200 a year for the taxi industry. But it also allows us to demonstrate some gesture of goodwill because it is entirely doable, and we have the flexibility within the fund to do it. And we will still keep that fund whole and be able to recapitalize that fund in the years moving forward. The third motion is to ensure that we can actually place the moratorium for 24 months on the age of the vehicle regarding enforcement. So it's not about us amending the municipal code to make it a permanent to extend the life of the vehicle, but rather to retroactively do it. So therefore, we start in the year of 2020, and that's at the end of this year. But give them the extension till the end of 2021. The final recommendation, of course, is to try to address the exorbitant insurance costs, Madam Speaker, that the taxi industry is facing. If I can get someone to turn off their microphone around the flipping of the pages, that would be helpful. And Madam Speaker, this is, I placed this motion, and I want to thank Councillor Ford for all his help. I know that this is an issue that he cares very deeply about. We work collaboratively with the sector to try to find a way to balance their needs, but also to recognize that we do have some financial pressures in the year advance. But I want to just cite, Madam Speaker, that in our work between Councillor Ford and I, we also consulted with the staff of the Mayor's office. I know that I should, at the very minimum, thank them for also their contributions, and I think that they were, the feedback coming back was extremely helpful. If I may just add a few comments to what was already said. Madam Speaker, the important thing for us to note is that the taxi industry is one that's been disproportionately hit. We recognize that the recovery for this sector is not going to be fast just because we tell everybody go back to normal and that we build back better. For this sector, it may not be so immediate. They anticipate that even after the vaccine is widely distributed, we will still not see the economy recover in any quick order. So they're going to be sitting anywhere 18 to 24 months behind. So make no mistake that the recommendation today, the motion before you, is not going to save the industry. It is simply a lifeline to get them across this very difficult period, and there will still need to be work done afterwards. I want to cite, Madam Speaker, that the age of vehicle extension is pretty important one for us to note, is that 90% of the fleet of taxis out there already have already moved to alternative fuel. They are already hybrids. So by way of us extending the life of the vehicle, most of these vehicles exceed the standard today. The City of Toronto would provide a list of the type of models and make that taxi drivers can choose from before they make a vehicle purchase or a lease. So we tell them what we want them to buy, what we want them to drive, and how we want it on the road. That is not the same requirement at all for Uber and Lyft. And the fact that we've got 90,000 Uber Lyft drivers across the city, if you extend the age of vehicles for them, more vehicles, including pickup trucks and anything else that anybody drives, can then populate the road. So I don't think that would be helpful by extending any age of vehicle for those vehicles, but I do think that there is an ecological response and responsibility that we have to extend the age of the vehicle
15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll draw my conclusion here. Hope the council can support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ford to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to, of course, support Councillor Wong-Tam's motion that she's putting before council. And I want to thank her for taking leadership on this and working with the industry, which she has in conjunction with our office and working with the mayor's office to come to a place here that can move forward. But I also want to thank the industry for the work they do on a daily basis here in Toronto. Yes, there's no question about it. The industry has absolutely been crippled, and there's no way of describing it otherwise. I represent a mass amount of taxi drivers up in my community, and I hear from them every day. And, you know, the pressures of COVID have been immense to in hitting their industry. And we've discussed as a council, and we all acknowledge that. And when we look at other industries in the city, they've been affected as well. And that's part of this conversation. But we have to remember that there's some context to this where the taxi industry has been heavily more affected than many of other industries in the city of Toronto, going back a few years ago to the changes to the vehicle for hire policies in the city and the bylaws. So, you know, they got, you know, devastatingly hit at that moment in time. And as we go through COVID, it's really putting the nail in the coffin, and I don't like using that term, but it really is to many of drivers in the city, and it's their livelihoods. They've invested over the years tons of money into their licenses, their businesses, and their taxi cabs, and it really is just been hit in such a bad way, devastatingly hit. So I think it's, council should be looking at a broader picture here, not just with COVID, but going back, and it's, it's death by 1,000 slices. So whatever this council can do, as Councillor Wong Tam said, is this motion going to save the industry? No, it'll help them a bit. But, we as a city have a lot more to do to help support our taxi industry. They are one of, they're a vital part of Toronto's ground transportation network that many people rely on. And that's why we need to be there for them. In speaking with just the airport, many taxis, of course, work with Toronto Pearson International Airport. The airport's going to be reducing their fees tremendously, which I understand that they're going to be announcing shortly to try and help the industry. And I think, as much as we can do as a city to stand to support these drivers, who some of them have worked throughout COVID, not many, but who have, and who have gone people to where they have to go during such difficult times. And that's why I think we need to be there for them, amongst the whole host of other reasons I listed. They pay one of the largest fees for their business licenses, and they've been impacted the most. I hear it on a daily basis. Their livelihoods have been impacted. Their families' livelihoods have been impacted. So as much as we can do, we should be doing. I look forward to these discussions at the budget process. And again, call on my colleagues to support Councillor Wong Tam's motion so they can live to see another day. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll speak briefly just in support of the motion. I would say that the taxi industry as a whole was essentially gutted with the introduction of Uber and Lyft and all the other businesses. And then COVID happened, and it's even worse. So as best we can is appropriate. Secondly, the age of, the first motion that came before this council was ill-considered and not, I don't think, properly thought out. And it went to committee and it's come back. And this is much better. The age of vehicles is only temporary. And so we're allowed to provide the financial relief that a new, if they had been forced to buy a new car, that would have been quite a substantial hit to many of these drivers and owners. But the moratorium for 24 months, I believe it says in the motion, is a lot more well thought out. So we actually get to protect the industry from itself and also give some additional relief from the capital costs that they'd have to otherwise absorb. So I'm supportive of the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too will be supporting a package before us that aids the taxi industry. City's relationship with the taxi industry is a long one, and where we interact with the taxi industry is not like many other industries. We sold a license to various owners on the understanding that they could then trade that license and sell that license on the open market. So this was an arrangement that was just doomed to fail because you can't sell a hunting license, you can't sell a fishing license, you can't sell a liquor license, you can't sell your driver's license. And what we did was we became almost like the guarantors, the unwritten guarantors of the value of that license. because they were then able to take what we had sold them and then sell it on the open market like an IPO. And it's important to remember that it's true, the taxi industry, like any other industry, made some mistakes along the way, and that's something that they are learning the hard way on. But we have to remember that the tax is vital to many other sectors in our urban economy. They're vital to the entertainment industry, moving people to theaters and to home. They're vital to the entertainment and food beverage industry, wherever there's bars or pubs. When they become active again, it is our taxi industry that actually moves people to these areas of entertainment and food and beverage, and helps those industries prosper as well. The taxi industry keeps people who have had maybe one too many drinks off the road. They are saving lives. They are protecting property. They're saving people from themselves. And of course, we must be compassionate about the drivers themselves, and as well as the plate owners. I mean, I would say that there's probably just too many layers within the taxi industry. The driver itself, the plate owner, the brokerage. There's just too many layers, and just not enough revenue being generated from it for a fair share for everybody. So I would say that we have to reach out to them. I mean, through our federal and provincial partners, we've helped out numerous industries during the pandemic, and we certainly helped out numerous industries back in the 2008 financial crisis, particularly the federal government, where they were helping out industries that were failing, such as the auto industry. And how many bailouts have governments given to the airlines over the years? I mean, so a modest package that helps an industry that is so vital to the revenue generation and the economy downtown in our food, beverage industry is fair to taxi drivers, is fair to the people we sold plates to, is fair to the brokerage, and hopefully the industry can prosper and survive from it, because it's important for the future of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to point out to members, we still have 20 items on the agenda. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just would offer a couple comments. I really like my time on the General Government Licensing Committee because we get to talk about really important public policy pieces. And item number 2 in the proposal before us, which is changing the provisions for the age of a vehicle, is a very good piece of public policy. It's a way that we can respond to pressures put on by the pandemic in a practical way, right? If the cars aren't driving around, there's not as much wear and tear, and perhaps it's reasonable to extend them. It's also a self-imposed policy. Council did that for reasons that really relate to the environment. So we put our own rules in place, and then we're free to change them. The piece that I am glad is now being sent to the Budget Committee is the discussion around fees, because I am sensitive to what the tax industry has told us, but I'm also sensitive to what I've heard about what other businesses have said. And if we take this to the Budget Committee, at least it can be looked at in a horizontal context, and it can think about the other businesses that are struggling in the city who may also want some form of relief. Now, there's all kinds of different businesses and experiences, something that the executive director told us about. Some businesses have come out ahead during the pandemic because their business is booming. Some businesses have come out behind, and some businesses have literally been closed. I really hope that I'm right when I say that a lot of the money that people have been hiding away because bars and restaurants are closed, theaters are closed, personal services are closed, is going to come out, and there's going to be a boom when people get back into the economy and want to get out. And I really hope it's going to be hard to get a dinner reservation or theater tickets in the future. I really do, because I think there's a pent-up demand for that. But there is a category of people that are personal services, like barbers, like hairdressers, like nail salons, like personal trainers, that are really going to feel this because of the lost time over the pandemic. You can only get so many haircuts afterwards. And so the pent-up demand doesn't come back out in the same way that other industries may be able to recoup it. You know what? I hope cabs are really busy, because maybe there will be people going out and wining and dining and going to the theater and using that form of transportation, and there'll be a chance to catch back up. But there are others that have a very, very valid point to say that they are really hurting, and that there is no plan to make it up, and that they just need to struggle to survive until things reopen. So I'm glad that the Budget Committee will take a look at this, but that they will look at it in a very horizontal and fair way. So I will be supporting those motions, but I think that these comments are important to make to understand that we as a city have to think about being fair to everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope to be very brief. So I asked some questions earlier, and there's no question that we need to find a way to provide some relief to the taxi industry and to everybody else who's hurting out there, who's paying fees and being forced to compete with new and emerging technologies that, quite frankly, we haven't been able to find a way to either license, regulate, or tax in any meaningful way. So some of these folks, and I asked some questions earlier about the catering industry and catering trucks, and I prepared a motion to attach to this particular report, seeking to provide some relief to them, but was told by the clerks that it would be ruled out of order. So I'm hoping to introduce that motion separately as a standalone motion, because those folks are hurting as well. And in questions directly that I asked of Mr. Carlton, so for example, in that particular case, we get about $300,000 worth of license fees from the industry annually. It's a big amount of money. It's a little amount of money. It's an amount of money that that forms part of our budget and revenues that we rely on. But the reality is that if, for example, a number of those licenses fall off and are never renewed, we lose that money. We don't have any control over it. Like if somebody has to park their truck or their car because they're moving on and they're going to go do something else because they can't survive during this period, they're not coming back to apply for a license. I said this to Mr. Carlton tongue-in-cheek earlier. I can now, if I want a Twinkie, or I used to love these chocolate eclairs, for example, that I used to go out and get from catering trucks or coffee trucks. If I wanted a chocolate eclair now delivered to my home, I could have, somebody would show up here on a motorized tricycle with a little bag on them, and I'd get my chocolate eclair delivered to me. That fellow isn't paying a license to the city. I don't know what they would be paying and to whom and how they would be regulated. Most likely they wouldn't be regulated in any way, much like the cab industry has now faced, much like the other folks are facing. So there's that dual element. Emerging technologies that are really competing with these people, making it difficult for them. And two, COVID and the fact that, that they don't have sites to go to anymore, or places to go to, or plants to go that have been affected by, or malls that have been affected by, the COVID crisis. So we need to find a way to try to help to bridge these people and bridge this gap. I understand we need to bite the bullet on the revenue side of it. But the reality is that if we don't do that, and we are just a pylon, another sort of pylon layer on their woes, then and that forced them to basically try to seek alternate sources of income and find new paths in their lives, we may lose those revenues forever, and then we don't get that license fee. So I'm going to introduce that motion separately. I'm hoping that people will support it, and I won't have to speak to it. And I'm going to help. I'm going to support Councillor Wong Tam's motion here because it prudently makes sense to try to provide some assistance to these folks during this very, very critical time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motion on the screen.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I just want to alert Council that recommendation number 2 has been revised somewhat with the assistance of City Legal. So if the members can just take note of the language change, but the spirit is still there.
Advised. Okay, so the amendments on this, well, the motion is on the screen.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Thank you. Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
That's the item. Okay, before we go to the, okay, before we go to the next item, there's 3 members' motions that will be introduced. If you just give us a minute. Councillor Coe.
Yes.
Okay, you're introducing your motion. It's on the screen.
Yes. You want me to read it?
No, just read the heading.
That the City Council recognize the contributions of Scarborough resident Professor Derek Rossi for his contribution in establishing the Moderna vaccine, which is about to be made official today by the American Food and Drug Administration.
Okay,
Let's
thank you.
recognize him.
Yeah,
Okay?
that's all we need to introduce it. All in favor? Carried. It will be circulated. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is to seek leave to introduce a motion regarding a TLAB appeal.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, please. It is a motion asking, BIAs have asked that they get a top up in the amount for their PPE and other things. So this is just to be able to do that, Speaker.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Thank you. So we'll now go to.
Before we go to the next item, Councillor Perks.
Okay, I'm sorry?
Before we go to the next item, it's Councillor Perks. I have a point of privilege.
Okay, Councillor Perks.
Or order.
Councillor Perks.
At the beginning of the meeting, you informed us that we would be seeing the outstanding report on PH 1911. It's now getting, it's the point in the meeting where you're starting to remind us that we have a lot left to do. I just want to make sure that we're going to see it in time to be able to digest it if we're debating it today, because it's going to be a complex report and I'll need a half hour at least to think it through.
If I can ask Juliana, can you tell me when the report will be sent to council so we can debate it? We were told it was going to be here by the end of the day. Juliana? Okay. Is there anybody else from staff that's here that can answer that question? Because we're waiting for the report and we don't have it.
Speaker, it's Josie. I'll connect with Juliana because we're working through it, but we'll come right back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your indulgence, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is GL 19.2, held by Councillor Fillion. Questions to staff? If you can put your name on the list. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's going to seem as if I'm being facetious when I ask this question, but the question is really, what do these people do? I'm trying to understand concretely what it is they do that sets them apart from all the other people we contract with that we would give them a success fee. What actually are they doing, and in what areas of the city?
Okay, if we can have staff respond.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I'm going to ask Mike Pachalak, who's the Chief Purchasing Officer, to explain to you what him and his team do with Ernst & Young.
Thanks.
Through the Speaker, the city, we've been moving to category management and strategic sourcing. So fundamentally, we are trying to work with the divisions to plan and procure, think through the procurement in advance by looking at market data and actually thinking through and planning the approach. So right now, procurement often is transactional, and we want to move it to more of a strategic view. We have been working with E&Y to help us learn how to do it properly, install the right processes in the city, and make sure we have the right skill set to do the market research and the negotiations that often follow with respect to these strategic sourcing events. And that's what they're helping us do. They're going to help us find benefits, which could be cost avoidance or cost reduction, and that will ultimately help the city and the divisions do better with their contracts.
Okay, and is it contracts where we're buying goods, or contracts where we're contracting to procure services?
Through the Speaker, it's both. It can be a goods contract, but it could also be a service contract, and ultimately we're helping with contract management and the full life cycle of the contract. So we're trying to help also instill contract by design into the process.
So that's the part that I'm having trouble getting detail from the report. I get the procurement piece, but there's some mention that they're also engaged once we do a contract might be awarded, and then they're involved in the management of that contract as well, ongoing. So I'm wondering, since they have been doing this for a while now, if you can give me an example of that where it's a service we contract and they go on to manage the service after the procurement, because that's the piece that concerns me.
Through the Speaker, to clarify, they don't manage the contract, staff still manage contracts. So they're helping procurement and the divisions set the contracts up properly, then the divisions are responsible to then manage it. We are asking, as part of this contract, that we help develop processes around supplier relationship management and contract relationship management, which is designed to help purchasing become a center of excellence so we can provide better support to the divisions dealing with contracts. And contract management is often an issue that the divisions are dealing with.
And well, we need to build capacity. How do we measure if this is a new road to go down, that we're going to pay them cash for success? We're going to give them property tax dollars if they do a really good job. We haven't done that. We haven't done that before. You know, we don't do a lot of performance bonusing. How are we going to measure that they did something that we couldn't have done ourselves and just had to pay salaries?
Through the chair, through the speaker, it's not bonusing. We're working together to establish benefits from contracts, procuring the contracts better and setting them up properly. We are trying to we're trying to set up this contract with EY as an outcome-based contract. So we want, as an outcome-based contract, to get better benefits from our contract. So if they can help us do that by applying more research or data analysis to the efforts to get to those benefits, then we can pay them a success fee. If we don't achieve the benefits after a negotiation, they don't achieve a success fee. And we measure things by working with the divisions and EY to establish what our baseline spend is going to be, what escalations we expect to see, and how we can, through a strategic approach, find ways to reduce costs through negotiation or through other administrative changes that we might help make to improve efficiencies.
Okay, so one last question, Madam
No,
Speaker. I don't know
Councillor
if I have
Carroll,
time for
sorry,
one
that
more.
was your last question. We're 6 minutes. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Before we go to the next, Councillor Perks, I just want to let you know, and members of council, that I just received a message from staff. That report will be here within 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate it.
Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Pachaluk, could you talk about a bit about the industry standards or best practices and how what we're doing is aligning with that?
Sure. Through the speaker, thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Yes, this is category management and strategic sourcing. It's something that's being done in private sector procurement for many years, and public sector procurement is actually moving towards it. It is really the idea of planning better and thinking longer term about how we approach the marketplace, thinking about what the marketplace looks like, how we might influence that marketplace through our negotiation.
Okay, and one key part of this is, so for the first time, we're offering a company or a contract a success fee. And it was done in one stage. We wanted to see how they did with that. And then there's a second level that we're doing. And as part of that two-phase process, my understanding, Ernst & Young is also training our staff. So we won't be continually hiring them, but our staff will learn how to do this work themselves.
Through the speaker, that's correct. Like, the intention of what the work we've been doing as part of the transformation is to make us self-reliant so that we aren't relying on consultants moving forward for this type of work. It's new for us, and it does require more skill, a higher skill set than we've had in the past.
Yeah, and so that the training that they're going to do as part of this work, when you say it's not a skill set we haven't had in the past, but the goal of this work is that once Ernst & Young is done or hit the contract, they'll have not only worked in conjunction with our staff, but we'll have staff trained, and there will be an ongoing process of once those city staff retire or leave, there'll be others trained in their place. So this is an ongoing best practices process, correct?
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor Ainsley, you're correct. That is the intention of the contract, to train us and be able to keep sustaining moving forward.
Yeah, and part of the process that I understand that took place was there was the initial contract offered a success fee. They had to hit a certain mark, or they were here until the end of 2020, and they completed that work within 6 months. And then due to the pandemic, we extended that contract.
Through the speaker, yes, the initial competitive procurement had what was called a fees at risk. They had to help us find $41 million in benefits, and they also did some other deliverable work. That work was all completed in April, and because although the contract contemplated going to the end of 2020, because all the work had been finished and we had achieved the benefits, it ended. At that point, during around April, we knew that there was more work that we could do to also help our financial situation, and we wanted to continue with this so that we could get more benefits for the city.
Okay, and Mr. Pachalek, just to be clear, so this entire process started with an RFP, correct?
That's correct. It was an RFP done in 2018.
Okay, and sorry, thank you. And then to Ms. Taylor, I just wanted to ask you about budget implications for this work.
So through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I'd just like to clarify a question that you asked Mike Pachalak on. The original contract that we entered into that Mike referenced had a termination at the earlier of the completion or the achievement of the milestones or December 31st. So he correctly reflected that ended early. We did enter into a brand new contract with E&Y, which was sole sourced. And just based on the pandemic, based on the success, we issued a sole source contract. That contract was then extended. So it's a brand new contract that was extended once. I just want to clarify that. And then with regards to your question surrounding budgets, as we all know, 2020 has been a challenging financial year. We know that as we're heading into our 2021 budget, we continue to have financial challenges. This method of procurement is aimed at finding the city benefits, achieving efficiencies and savings in the longer term. So not only just in 2021, but in the out years. This is a change in practice. And as Mike correctly mentioned, something that will enable us to better manage contracts on a go-forward basis. Just means that we will have increased value from contracts that we enter into. But this is not isolated to just efficiencies and benefits in 2021. This is really setting us up for a new way going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Perks?
Thank you. Mr. Pachalak, I hope you're able to answer this. I'm going to have to refer, though, to some things that happened before you were in your current role, but while you were still nevertheless working with the city. In past years, we had a number of problems with contractors who were responsible for delivering a particular service to the City of Toronto, road work, or the management, actually, road work. And a number of us on council suggested at the time that we should build in penalty clauses to contracts if the work wasn't completed on time or it was substandard. At that time, council was told by purchasing, by the general manager of transportation, by the general manager of engineering services, and by the deputy city manager overseeing those departments, that if we did that, all that would happen is the market value of the bid would change. Everyone would simply build in a contingency to deal with that. In other words, the advice we have received consistently from the Toronto Public Service is that putting cash incentives into contracts yields no ultimate benefit to the city. It just changes the price that everybody who's bidding comes in at. Why should I accept that this is different?
Through the speaker, that's a good question. I think the intention of what we're doing here is trying to be smarter about how the market's reacting to things. So sometimes penalty clauses may just be a cost that they would add in somewhere else. But that's why often what we're doing is actually reaching out to the marketplace first and proposing ideas of how we can solve problems together in what we call market sounding. And then we take the lesson, what we've heard, and see how we can apply it to try to make better contracts that are focused, we're trying to move to more outcome-based contracts. So that may include, having to have penalties or some sort of liquidated damages in certain circumstances. And we're looking at other ways to incentivize the contractors to actually achieve it. Ultimately, we need to manage contracts better as well to make sure we get the benefits that we are trying to instill in the contract. And that's the process that we're trying to do is twofold. One is try to build better contracts that think forward. And also, as I said, to build a center of excellence for purchasing and materials management so that we can help and support divisions in managing those contracts. Because once the contract is established,
I think I understand your point. I have a couple more questions. So you wouldn't say today that we should start building in penalty clauses and success fees across the suite of different contracts the city lets out. That you, from what I understood, you believe we need to think about that and build a better understanding before we start doing that, or are you saying that this should become standard practice?
Through the speaker, I don't think it's a one size fits all. It needs to be assessed by the particular procurement you're trying to do, what the marketplace looks like, and what works in that area. And you'd have to take those things into consideration in building the right contract.
Have you done the work to understand where and which kinds of markets that works in and which ones it doesn't?
We have been doing that work in terms of building out strategic sourcing opportunities that we've done to date. And the other part about this whole process is that it's iterative. We're supposed to learn from what we've done. And when things, if they don't work like we intended, then we find a way to fix it when we go back out the next time. Or if we have to, end the contract early to go back out.
Have you brought any of the thinking that you're developing to council for consideration at any point?
Through the speaker, we have brought contracts that have gone through the strategic sourcing opportunities to committees.
No. I'm not asking if you brought a contract that's been through that process. So have you brought us something? It sounds to me like this is a sea change in the way the city does purchasing. And before I start voting for contracts that are being done with a very, very different framework around them than what we've had before, I would like to understand that framework. Have you brought anything that describes the overall framework to this council?
That's your last question.
Through the speaker, we have previously reported about category management, strategic sourcing to government management committee at the time. That's what it was called, about the approach that we're taking. And we'll continue to inform council about if there's
you haven't brought it
major changes.
It's never been to council.
Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Fillion.
I think I was down. I had one question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Speaker.
So you have
yeah, so I'm not going to ask a lot of questions because staff were extremely patient with my very large number of questions already. I just want to make sure I have my facts right about something. So it's a question of the CFO because I thought I heard an answer that was different than my understanding. So the contract ended in April because the proponent, because E&Y had reached their $41 million savings target, I believe. And then my understanding is that it was then extended twice, once in April for $500,000 for 3 months, and again in July for $500,000 for 3 months. But I think I might have heard a different answer to Councillor Aisley.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, yes, I'd like to clarify. It was a contract, as you mentioned, that fulfilled the committed milestones by April. We then entered into a new contract. So that very first contract that ended in April was competitively procured. We then entered into a subsequent sole source contract, and that sole source contract was for 3 months. We then extended that 3-month contract. So we extended one contract one time.
Okay, but was the bottom line that we spent an extra $1 million to bring E&Y back for 6 months?
Through a new contract and an extension, that is correct.
Yes, okay. Yeah, just then I'm ready to speak, Madam Speaker.
1 sec.
And
Okay, we'll now go to the speakers list. Councillor Billion to speak.
And I have some amendments which should go up on the screen. They are ones that I've worked on collaboratively, I believe, and are mainly designed to ensure a greater level of accountability on this contract. So it's just a few suspenders and belts and reports back to committee. So I won't read all those out, but I will speak to it in general. I personally have trouble with the success fee concept because I'm not sure that it creates more savings, or in addition to creating more savings, I think it may also create an incentive to maximize success fees, which could have some unintended consequences. So in this case, Ernst & Young got a contract for 4.5 million, I believe, of which 2.7 was a success fee, which was embedded in it. The contract was for up till now, up till December of 2020. The success fee was based on them achieving savings of $41 million. By April, they had achieved the $41 million. So under the terms of the contract, I assume their work was done. So so then we had to, as we just heard, spend $1 million to bring them back for 6 months. During those 6 months, they achieved one major saving of $16 million, but in order to have them achieve another $110 million in savings, we have to bring them back again now with another success fee for an additional $9 million. So I just have some problems with this. I think the amendments certainly, mitigate my concerns significantly. And I do understand the position we're in. I do understand the flip side of this, that staff are saying we have money there to save. We need to save as much as we can, as quickly as we can. And this is the way to do it. So I do understand why, with where we stand now, people would vote for this. I'm not telling anyone they shouldn't. I would certainly urge you to pass the amendments. I still have some problems with it and probably will be voting against the main motion, but understand if others will, why others might do differently.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I speak in support of Councillor Fillion's concerns. He drew my attention to this. with his line of questioning at committee, watching on television. I had to look it up, what strategic sourcing is and what category management is. And it sounds great. The definition, strategic sourcing is a collaborative process that allows an organization to align purchasing power with its overall value proposition. It improves efficiency and quality through building a robust, diverse supply base. There are important reasons why strategic sourcing is a smart move for organizational success. That sounds great. But in my experience, we have a long history of knowing where we're falling short, knowing we need to change it, but then we spend inordinate amounts of time and money, I'm thinking FPARs now, inordinate amounts of time and money contracting someone to come in and build our capacity to understand it and fix it. And that's the reason I think that we have to build some metrics and some report backs around this contract itself, not just the PPMD functions and how they'll change, but watching this contract. They've come in, we've extended it twice, and sure, that's partly a function of the coronavirus. But going forward, how long are they going to stay on deck? How long are we going to be paying property tax dollars for a success fee, which to me is like a performance bonus? We don't do that for most of our contracts that we function in. And we are, as I think it was Councillor Perks said, this is a sea change in a way of doing business. It is, if this contract comes in the door and then stays here for far too long, and we keep having a broad definition of how we're going to evaluate success and then paying for it. People, when they pay their property taxes, they assume that how it works is, I'm going to pay you some dollars and then a service that I can see is going to happen. Now, that's a simplistic notion. Once you get to a city of 3 million people, it becomes quite complex. Buying the goods, awarding the contracts to get services done and capital work done that might be done by private sector firms. And I think they know that. But when we start to create layers upon layers upon layers, and all of them are public property tax dollars, public purse dollars, just heading out to major multinational firms, because they're telling us that if we just keep going with this contract, they're going to teach us how to walk, talk, chew gum, and spit nickels all at the same time, then I want regular reporting back that our ability to walk, talk, chew gum, and spit nickels is increasing monthly. I really want to know that I have a high capacity PPMD department that can do this work on their own and just use the minimum amount of public purse dollars to deliver that service of procurement and purchasing of the goods we need to run the city. So I support Councillor Fillion's concern and amendments, and we'll be reading every report back.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm, as the chair of the General Government Licensing Committee, I'm going to be supporting the main motion. I'll be supporting the motions that Councillor Fillion is putting forward after a lot of consultation with our senior management team. There are a few points that I just wanted to cover off and remind people. I know that there's been a lot of discussion around procurement and using consultants for procurement. I just like to remind people that this was a process that wasn't started because of COVID. This was something that we were looking at in our purchasing department and how the city's procurement process works. This was started well before COVID or anywhere near COVID. And we did this because we looked at comparing our procurement process to how the federal government works, the provincial government works, even the healthcare sector, and how procurement is done in the private industry. And it was decided that as a municipal government, the largest municipal government in Canada, we were very far behind in not only procurement, but staff training, which is another key component of this. Is once Ernst & Young leaves, we're going to have staff trained in how to do procurement with 21st century standards. We will have a process in place once staff leave that others will be trained to take their place. There's been some comments around the fees that are paid to Ernst & Young. I want to be quite clear. You can call it a success fee. Others will call it a risk fee. If Ernst & Young does not find savings, does not do the work that they're contracted out to do, they don't get paid. And, you know, I'm probably as frugal as anybody on this council. I want to make sure that my residents get the best value for their tax dollars. And, you know, these are public dollars that we've hired a consultant to improve our procurement process. There are public dollars that we save and public dollars that get reinvested. So I'll be supporting this because I think this goes a long way in improving our procurement process, helps our staff get the necessary skills that they need so that we can run our municipal government to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. So I have to confess, whenever I hear somebody talking about new and exciting ways to do procurement, and particularly when they say that I should look to the provincial government and some of their practices for a model, I think to all of the disasters that have happened at the province of Ontario. And I remember a fairly recent Auditor General 3-4 year ago report on the complete failure of some of their new, more modern procurement methods.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, point of order or point of privilege?
Point of order, Councillor Ainsley.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, I did not say provincial government of Ontario, as Councillor Perks is alluding to. I said provincial governments.
Well, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, when I hear all of these suggestions about new and exciting ways to procure things, I'm well aware that as often as not, these exciting experiments create more problems and more headaches than they're worth. So before we launch down that path, I think it's very, very important that council be fully informed as to, you know, what the examples of where it's worked and have not worked are. Second, I'm never one to believe that we are incapable of hiring, training, retaining staff without bringing in Ernst & Young to help us do that for us. There are all kinds of people that we can hire who have expertise in how to train staff. We have a whole human resources department. I seem to recall we had a talent management strategy, and we keep just contracting more and more of this stuff out. Nobody who votes for me thinks they're voting for Ernst & Young to figure out how to run the city. So, you know, I'm with Councillor Fillion. We have not been told enough about what this is about, what it's for, how we arrived here. And I'm certainly going to support all of his motions and vote against the main motion. I think staff need to give us a much fuller accounting of what they intend to do, both with these new styles, this new style of contract, and also with the notion of contracting out what had been a human resources function.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the amendments on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen by Councillor Fillion, motion 1A.
Recorded votes, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you present and voting, please? Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher, one last time, are you present and voting? The motion carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Next motion. Motion 1B. Did you want a recorded vote on this as well, Councillor Fillion? Councillor Fillion?
Please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
The item as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher, we've closed the vote. Could you? Okay, Councillor Fletcher, are you present and voting? Okay, Councillor Fletcher is not present. Madam Speaker, the item as amended carries 20 to 3.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is IE 18.1, North York Centre, reimagining Yonge Street. Councillor Fillion held it. Do we have questions to staff? Councillor Holliday, questions to staff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wondered if staff could comment. I mean, this has been before council before. Some recommendations on reconfiguring the lanes and the sidewalks and the curbs and the structure on Yonge Street. I don't think your recommendation has changed, but can you tell me, has the plan changed since the last time council looked at it?
Through the speaker, a number of things have changed since this was last in front of council. We have done some additional work on surface transit and traffic operational impacts, and we've made some minor modifications to the proposal to address some of those changes. Some of the other things that have changed is that the report now has the endorsement of the medical officer of health in terms of the recommendation of Transform Yonge. And the most significant thing that's changed is that it's brought forward within the context of a broader transportation network improvement need for North York Centre, which is that the Doris extension and the Beecroft extension would need to happen first before the recommendation of Transform Yonge could take place.
So just back on the adjustments to public transit. If I recall, there were some adjustments to one of the Q turning lanes for buses, and I think an extension of the bus lanes. Do I have that right? I mean, it was basically some adjustments to the lane paintings for the buses.
TTC was particularly concerned at the last proposal about what could be the potential impacts to transit users coming into one of the busiest transit terminals in the city. And we addressed that both through modeling as well as some modifications to make ingress and egress from that facility easier through a turning lane at Pemberton exit and some dedicated bus facilities in the vicinity of Yonge and Finch.
Okay, but with respect to the overall plan, just as at the macro level, the idea still is to reduce the lane count from 6 or 6.5, if you count the middle, down to 4 or 4.5. So you'd allocate the curb lane, and I think you're going to split that between cycle tracks and extensions to the sidewalk. Is that correct? Is that a high-level empirical analysis?
Generally, that's correct, Councillor. The central section of the project area would go from what is currently 6 lanes plus turn lanes to 4 lanes plus turn lanes in the peak hour. In the off-peak, those areas are used generally for curbside activity, and we would continue to provide space for that. At the north and south ends of the corridor, it's important to note that 6 lanes is still recommended to continue in order to serve the turning movements for near the Yonge and Shepherd intersection, access to the 401, as well as the Finch terminal we were just discussing.
And just to remind me, the features of the road, which include some planters and some raised sections that run down the center of the lanes where there are not turning lanes, and some of the street tree planters and raised features and those sorts of things are still destined to be put back into the plan. Maybe they're going to be adjusted in location, but those elements weren't taken away. They're in the plan from today, and they're going to continue to be in the plan. Is that correct?
That's right. There's an existing center median, which is part of the character of the North York Centre that is recommended to be extended and remains in the plan. It also serves as a place for those turn lanes to be introduced within the corridor without shifting the alignment of the street.
Right, and what you mean by shifting the alignment would be where you kind of widen the mouth of the street at intersections to accommodate, you know, a 7th lane, I guess is what it is, which is what you normally do, right? Like the pavement width increases when you get close to an intersection. Is that right?
Yeah, that's generally correct, Councillor. I would add that at some of the major intersections are some of the places where the pedestrian space is most compromised. And so widening out the pavement in order to provide it still provide additional space for pedestrians to meet today's standards for appropriate clearways would not be possible.
Great, thank you very much for your summary.
Thank you. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, the 2 ring roads, Beecroft and Doris, am I correct to assume their extension would be completed as part of this project?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Lai. The extensions of both of those service road connections are already in other environmental assessments, but we recommend them as part of this package as critical improvements to the North York transportation network, which have been planned for many years, but we think need to happen first.
So would reimagining Yonge go ahead without their completion?
That's not what we recommend, no. We recommend that the Doris Tradewind connection happen first, the Beecroft extension be concurrent or thereafter, and the Yonge Street changes happen last.
Also in the report, I noticed that this project is not included in the capital budget for 2020 to 2029. So the overall cost is about 60+ million, is that correct?
That's correct. At this point, because the project is still at a stage where we are seeking council endorsement of the environmental assessment, it's not currently identified as part of the funded capital plan. If we were to have council direction to proceed with detailed design, we would refine the proposed costing and then bring that above the line as part of the stage gating process for our capital program.
And how can we assure that the small businesses are protected especially during the construction stage?
That's a great question, particularly in today's economic environment. And this area notably has not historically had a business improvement area, but that's been recently created. We would certainly work closely with the local businesses in the construction management plan in order to mitigate any impact on their operations. We do plan to propose, as part of the detailed design, both loading and parking areas on Yonge Street itself to help serve the needs of those local businesses.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, staff. The two road extensions, they're beyond these. I have a $60 million budget in front of me here. You can correct me if that's wrong, but it doesn't include the road extensions, does it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the North York Service Road extension for Doris and Shepherd is identified in the financial impact of the second item on this package of agenda. That is a $14 million project, and that is funded fully within the current capital plan.
So the Doris and Beecroft is 14 million? And
Doris itself is 14 million, and the Beecroft project is not currently in the budget as we're currently working on design, and it would be brought forward through the stage gating process.
I don't know why my notes say Beecroft 28 million. Misunderstanding a committee or? No?
Sorry, I'm not sure I caught your question. The cost of the North York extension for Doris is about 14 million, which is funded. And the cost for Beecroft is about 28, which is not currently funded, but we would propose to fund through the development charges because it is a road extension.
Right, so I did have my my numbers correct. So all in about a little over 100 million is the project?
That's correct. And given a lot of that would be funded through both the development charges and the needs for state of good repair, it's quite conducive to the amount of development that's taken place within North York Centre and the development charges that have been collected for improvements within this area, given the development that's taken place and the growth.
So they'd be targeted development charges of applications that have not yet come in, buildings that are built already. Those monies are long gone. So looking at what's pending, maybe over the next 10 years, do you feel there's enough density coming to pay for the 100 million?
I'm not sure if city planning wants to jump in on this, but the performance of the development, particularly on the residential side, has outperformed forecasts for quite a few years. And there's interest in having the growth on the employment side match that, so this can truly be a live-work center.
Now, on the recommendations, it's really just two recommendations: endorse the recommended design and authorize the general manager to issue a notice of study completion. Now, usually on a multi-year project stretching over 100 million, we get sort of a staged series of motions, recommendations. It rarely comes down to two small recommendations. Is there a reason why there isn't a series of authorizations granting, I guess, staff the authority to proceed or to report back or to give interim reports? Or I don't see any of that here.
At this stage, the recommendations within the North York Centre Reimagine Young report are really just to take us through that next step, which is to complete the environmental assessment process and submit that through. Our internal steps pending EA approval would be to work further on the detailed design to refine that cost and do further consultation and bring that project through the budget process. There's a second report on this Infrastructure and Environment Committee agenda, which also has a few recommendations in relation to the steps we need authority for to complete the environmental assessment for the Fifth Avenue connection as well. So there's those accompanying recommendations.
I mean, was there any, will there be a report back to council after the 2 road extensions are complete, or not necessarily, for further direction?
The direction to proceed following the EA work would be really through the budget process.
When I walk along Young.
Okay, you have 15 seconds, Councillor Pasternak.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to put on my TTC hat for a minute just to ask a couple questions related to line 1, which is the Young line. And in fact, we discussed these 2 issues just a few days ago at the TTC board. So my first question is related to, how do you square the subway closures that are required for maintenance, but also for emergencies when the subway breaks down? So my understanding is, if you could first, I believe there is currently no bike lanes on Yonge Street anywhere. And so this would put bike lanes on Yonge Street. This would be, I guess, the beginning. And so my question is, how do we facilitate the subway line 1, which is the most used part of the entire network of the TTC? It's the busiest, carries the most passengers, Torontonians. How do you facilitate all that? I'm just legitimately interested.
Scott Haskell from TTC is on the line.
Good afternoon, through the speaker. We feel that the road network or the road design proposed by the city is acceptable for TTC operations. That means for day-to-day regular operations of buses. We also feel it's acceptable for the operation of an intensive shuttle bus service when that's required. And so we don't see a significant issue with it as proposed.
Okay, thank you very much. And my next question again is TTC related. So we have an amazing organization as part of the TTC called ACAT, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's the Accessible Transit Committee. And at their last report at the TTC board last week, they just talked about just generally bike lanes, and they felt that there was an increased opportunity for conflict with people boarding and exiting the vehicles. So my understanding is, I don't know if it was you, Jacqueline, but somebody met with them in December at their meeting. Do you know the outcome of that discussion, or can you kind of weigh in on this perspective?
We would certainly bring the detailed design of the proposed project through the Accessibility Advisory Committee, both at the city and at the TCC side. And I'm not sure of the particular meeting that you're referring to.
Okay, so one of their frustrations was lack of consultation. So would you ensure that ACAT is identified as a group when you do the detailed design, is a group that you do consult with? Because that was, I'm reading in the minutes here, that was part of their frustration. And so my last question, and you might have answered this with Councillor Pasternak, but the total cost is 100 million for this project. And sorry, is it funded or unfunded?
To your first question, yes, we would certainly identify ACAT as part of the consultation process on the detailed design. In terms of the funding, it's a 3-part answer. The Doris extension is fully funded. The Reimagine Young itself, which is around 63 million, that is not funded. It's in the needs constraints category, and we would seek to bring the appropriate level of funding above the line at a future date when further design work had taken place. And the Beecraft project itself is in the same boat, but further along because the EA is approved.
Okay, thank you for those answers.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on this item before I close it? Any further questions? Okay, that's it for the questions. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Okay, Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you. This day has been a long day coming. I have literally dreamed about Transform Young many nights since this last came up. Sometimes they were nightmares, but recently they've been a bit sunnier than that. What we're doing today is really about the future, especially the future of Willowdale. The last time that the road was dug up was about 70 years ago. So almost everybody on council wasn't even born at the time. Back then, people would have no way of imagining what the area would look like now, just as we would have great difficulty imagining what the needs will be for the next 70 years. But that's what we have to try to do. Certainly, our staff have been extremely forward thinking on this project, and I really want to thank them for that. I want to thank John Livy, who's not here at the city anymore, but I invited John up several years ago, initially because I was trying to get the road resurfacing done, and he came up and we walked around and he said, this area needs a lot more than some new concrete. And he pulled staff together and to try to reimagine what the area could be. And it was really out of that Transform Young was formed. So with this being adopted today, and I've got my fingers crossed that it will be, what we get is a boulevard wide enough for a huge number of pedestrians. And that's what we have. There are literally 80,000 people within walking distance of this area. That will soon be 100,000. We have space for people of all ages, which we don't have now. They are in many parts. We have a tiny little sidewalk. We'll have room for restaurant patios, which in almost all places we don't have now. We'll be able to have plantings and we'll be able to have bike lanes. All of that with still 2 lanes of traffic in each direction, 2 full lanes, plus turn lanes, plus bus bays, plus 1 block to the east, a 4-lane road, and 1 block to the west, a 4-lane road. And I'm sure there are many of you thinking, I would love to have that opportunity to be able to create such a grand boulevard to really enhance a main street and still have all those other capacities and a subway running underneath it. So we are really blessed in Willowdale to have this opportunity. Virtually every community leader has recognized that, and all of the community who has wanted to follow this and get involved in it is very much in support. I thank the mayor for having a meeting with the community leaders earlier this week, and they were able to express those views. I'd like to thank all the urban thinkers, urban leaders who've advocated for this over the years and helped shape it. People like Ken Greenberg and David Crombie, Paul Bedford, a long list. All of the organizations that advocate for safety for pedestrians and cycling safety and the environment, they've all been very much behind it. And, this is the 3rd time here, and I do believe that 3 is the charm. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, followed by Councillor Holiday.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Any time in this chamber or in the city we talk about change, especially when it comes to our streets, it's hard because every single resident uses our streets and has an opinion on them. But when it comes to our streets, change is at times necessary. And that's because the capital decisions we make today influence the city in which our residents, our children, our grandchildren will live in tomorrow. And so change is hard. I believe the proposal in front of us here, the staff recommendation, Transform Young as it is called, will be transformational. And I believe it will transform North York. I think it's smart. I think it's sensible. It will create expanded space for businesses and patios. Cafe TO has shown the opportunities when you create that space for business. It will create expanded space for residents and visitors in a booming residential area with huge growth and development. It will make the streets safer and more vibrant at the same time. And located above a subway line, I think it sets it up perfectly to create a new downtown in Midtown. And you know, it strikes me, that in the past, you know, we might have had a big debate about this, but I think it's a real credit to council and this council that we collectively, we took a breath, we took a moment, and I believe we're coming together here today. And sometimes as a council, getting it done right is more important than getting it done quickly. And I believe this chamber deserves a great deal of credit for that. But of course, there is one individual who also deserves credit, and that's Councillor Fillion, because change doesn't happen without a champion. And in that, we've had Councillor Fillion. And so I believe this is a good day for our city, but it's also one where change in our city doesn't happen without a council consensus. And I think it's a credit to this chamber that I believe we are on the cusp of arriving at that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, followed by Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may ask the center table just to show the photo that I sent, just while I speak. I concur. I mean, I've been following this matter for a number of years, and I've been very consistent in my approach to it. I don't intend to change that today. So I won't be supporting the change that's proposed. But, you know, I was up, this is about a year and a half ago, I was up in North York, and among the collection of photos I got, I wanted to take that shot, show council, and say, you know, I agree. Attention is required to this part of the city. There's a shot of the sidewalk out by the Cineplex there. And if I may ask the center table to now put the other document that I'd sent just to the top of the page. I actually had to go back to the old report because I've been seeking for quite some time to just get a comparative cross-section of the before and after. So if clerks could show that. I actually had to make the document. Maybe you can zoom out a little bit. Those were the two cross sections that were offered, and I drew in the parts that are in red, like I cut and paste from one to the other. So maybe you could slide down on the page a little bit, just to show. I needed to understand what it was that we were going to try and achieve with this change. So there's the two streets at scale, one to the other, everything lined up, buildings and so on. If I may ask the clerks to scroll down one more to the next page, the same scale would be fine. And I did a little bit of analytics. I wanted to see what it was that we were going to gain with this big proposal. And so if you just move down just a little bit more. So the bars on the outside are the yellow. And they show the position on the inside of the planter box on the new proposal and the inside of the planter box on the existing condition. And you know, they show, yep, we're going to widen the sidewalk there. I don't know if it's a meter or maybe a little less. And then obviously, of course, one of the car lanes is going to be filled in and changed to a bike lane. And then we have this center island that remains. And I did a couple of yellow bars there to show that, you know, that it's a little wider than a travel lane, and maybe there's something that could be done with it. So what's the point in all this? Well, I don't know. My read of the plan is I think we can do better. I think that there's a way to make a lot of objectives happen. I stand firm that perhaps the better place for the cycling infrastructure is on the side streets which parallel Yonge. With the thinking that this is an enormously important piece of infrastructure for motor vehicles because of its proximity to the highway. And I know people might forget that over the last year because traffic levels have been lower. But, you know, I have to think through this council meeting, we've talked about the importance of the return to work, the importance of bouncing back of the city, and, you know, the importance of our downtown core. We've got all these empty office towers, and we've got people that have really got comfortable with working at home. And so I don't know what the future is of the big bank towers that are sitting empty. But what I do know is people have moved out of the inner core, and possibly because they wanted to go to quieter places and they're not looking forward to a commute later on. So I don't know. I just find it ironic that we may introduce a change here that will make it even more difficult for people to come into the inner core, especially if they live north of the city or at the north end of the city. I have no doubt in my mind that going from 3 lanes to 2 is going to introduce increased congestion, specifically with how busy it is in this part of the city. And I just question the wisdom of doing that, especially if we're on the cusp of a return back to the city where we want to welcome people back. We want to make it easy for them to return to work, to go to the downtown businesses, to patronize the businesses as they're there, and you know, choose instead of working at home but coming back into the inner core, because we do know a big population of the inner city, of course, are transitory. They come for the day. And so I would be remiss in not making these remarks and making sure that I bring these documents forward, because I really wanted to show the pictures so that we're really clear on what it is that we are trading, because essentially that's what it is. It is a trade of spaces within the road. Some people gain, some people lose. I wanted to make sure that they were quantified, at least the best I can with pictures, and that people understood that maybe there is another way to do it, as evidenced by all the different people that came out from the community that had various opinions on this. You know, with that, I'm sure we will cast our votes as a council, but I wanted to at least explain perhaps my approach to this and thinking that there might be another way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the next speaker, I just want to let Councillor Perks know and councillors that that planning report is now public.
I'm
It's
currently
out.
reading it, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford, followed by Councillor Pasternak.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to stand here and speak in support of Transform Young. It's great to have it back in front of council, and off the top, commend the work of staff in all our different divisions, everybody for getting this report in front of us and providing a pathway forward. Having been deeply involved in the new design and implementation of Danforth this summer with my colleague, Councillor Fletcher, you know, I can say from direct experience that this kind of change can be very transformative in a neighborhood. It's generational change, and there's just no doubt that it makes our streets safer, it makes them more vibrant, and it supports local business activity. Whether you're walking or riding or rolling down a street like Danforth, you can't deny that today it's a much different world than it was even 6 months ago, where transportation decisions were informed by different factors, where we had different assumptions about how retail worked, and where we made decisions based on parameters that just aren't the same as they used to be. So this was informed by a vision that had been talked about for decades. But we all know here in this chamber that it's not as simple as moving a motion, and that this sort of change takes a lot of hard work. I know that Yonge Street is different than Danforth, and every community and urban center is unique in its own ways. But there are some basic principles, basic design principles that we know that can make a busy street safer for families, safer for seniors, and more welcoming place to visit. Like Councillor Holiday, I have been there. I've ridden my bike there for numerous budget meetings at the Civic Center. I've taken TTC Line 1 there. I've also driven all the way up Yonge Street. And, you know, using multiple different modes of transportation, you know, we need to be a city that adapts and evolves and plans for multiple different modes of transportation. I think that this area in particular is one that has experienced a tremendous amount of growth and will continue to do so. And our transportation planning and the way we think about the right-of-way and the streets needs to reflect those realities. And I also want to recognize that we cannot just assume all of the movement is from North Yonge into the core. People are moving in different ways. We have a lot of hyper-local activity, and that is a neighborhood and a vibrant urban center with residential and with employment and with commercial uses very much in its own right. So we can't just assume that that's a bedroom community and everybody's going in and out of it every day, because you can go up there a lot of hours of the day and it's quite busy. There's a lot going on there. And so again, we need to build the infrastructure that supports that. I think with good design, good consultation, and a willingness to iterate, we can improve the quality of life for residents and achieve a lot of objectives at once. It's not always just this big trade-off. It's not binary. It's not a 1 or a 0. These big right-of-ways are very generous. They do have a lot of space to really offer and accommodate all the different things that we're trying to achieve. It's just about the focus on our priorities and where we want to put the space. So, you know, I want to just close off by acknowledging Councillor Fillion's tireless work and leadership on this file. It takes a tremendous amount of patience. It takes a commitment to building coalitions, and it takes a lot of courage. So I'm really proud of him. I'm really happy to see this coming forward. I also want to acknowledge our mayor, who, you know, continues to move the city forward, responding to the changes that we're seeing and helping us build a better city for tomorrow. So that's it from me, Madam Speaker. Back over to you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. So I moved a version of this in committee, but first for background. You know, when I ran for office, and I gave this speech once before, when I ran for office 10 years ago, you could not mention bike lanes or bike on the campaign trail, or you would lose. And things have changed. In York Center, we brought in bike share for the first time through an extensive corridor. We established bike lanes on Wilmington and Faywood. I bike as much as I can, as long as the weather is good and it's safe out there. But I think it's important when you're talking about a $100 million project, and I commend Councillor Fillion for his perseverance on that, that we do it in stages. Right now, there's just too many unknowns. We have no guarantee of what the development will be in the future in this area regarding development charges and how to pay for this. Sure, there might be vacant lots that people are interested in, but you know, there's been a paradigm shift. People working at home and excess office space. So we don't know what's coming and what kind of funding source is there. At the same time, we don't know what the pedestrian traffic is going to be. If more and more people are working from home, they're not going to be walking on the sidewalks. They're not going to be using this area to the historical intensity that it's been. And I worry about this project being funded by debt in the future. I think it's important for council to commit to the crucial, if you read this report, the 2 crucial street extensions cannot be done without the other, and that's along Doris and that's along Beecraft. And the report clearly says these have to be done first. So my suggestion is, and that is $42 million. And my suggestion is that we fund, that we approve those today, that we make sure those street extensions are done because they're very important for traffic congestion and traffic flow, and that they come back to council when they're completed, and that we decide next steps. We decide on a funding source, we reconfirm the design, we look at the building applications and how we can leverage DCs, and we put it through the budgetary process. So that's my motion. I think it's tough sitting here knowing that only a third of the roads in our city that need covering, that need repair, that need resurfacing are only are only being done. And that means that is an accumulative total of streets, hundreds of them across all of our wards that are in terrible disrepair because we're following further and further behind. 2/3 of the streets in this city that need resurfacing or reconstruction are not being done every year. And that's something that is the priority. So I'll leave it at that, and I thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak?
Well, I did want to ask a question of the mover first, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay.
Have I
Yeah,
pressed the
sorry.
wrong button?
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I would like clarification from my colleague, Councillor Pasternak, because I think I heard staff tell you that these two items go hand in glove, that we're being asked to endorse this design today because it fits into the context of prioritizing getting Doris done at long last. Those of us who use it often want it to be complete. But that the endorsing the design of reimagining Yonge, that the Yonge Street stretch is the reason for the prioritization, and they're really hand in glove items. For what reason, if we're going to proceed with Doris, and it sounds like you're going to vote for that, for what reason would you need to wait to endorse the design on Yonge Street? These are companion pieces. I'm not clear. Sorry, you're on mute.
Thank you for letting me know. You probably prefer me on mute. But these two, I mean, if you read the report, page 13, page 16, these must be done first. And I'm saying, let's do these. Let's commit to these today. Let's get them done. And they serve a purpose not only to do the rest of Reimagine Yonge, but also to make sure that there's proper traffic flow in the area. We've all driven in that area, and we know what mayhem and congestion it is. So I'm a firm believer that we should be on long-term, very expensive projects, which we're reporting back to council for further direction. Look, I mean, we may even want to do another traffic study to see what the implications of a post-COVID world look like, and that's pretty important.
So I'm sorry, but I'm still not clear because I have read the report, and the report commits to you that the extensions will happen first. It commits to the community the extensions will happen first. But it asks us to endorse the design so that all of these pieces, the two ring roads and the main avenue, will fit together. And I'm having trouble understanding why your motion seeks to jeopardize that.
15
No.
seconds.
Yeah, no, Councillor Carroll, on page 16, it's clear that it's broken down in phases. Phase 1.
Yes, and it's committed
Doris,
to in phases, so I'm not understanding how your motion could possibly be helpful.
Okay,
since that is already the commitment made.
Okay,
It's a report back to council.
I'm not going to get my answer, Madam Speaker.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Councillor Fillion, did you want to ask a question to the mover?
Yes, question of the mover. So this appears to be the same poison pill you moved at committee that didn't pass. Is there a reason why you would do that?
Is there a reason why I would pass a motion that gets the project going? And
well, it clearly doesn't, Councillor. It clearly is the opposite.
And it's responding to page 16. We do it in phases. Phase 1 is Doris. Phase 2 is Beecroft. Phase 3 is Transform Yonge. It's not.
It sounds like phase 3 is report back to council and kick this around a fourth time. That's what. So what does it mean then when you say and seek further direction for future work from council if it doesn't mean bring it back here a fourth time?
Well, in my remarks, I made mention that there's no guarantee of the development people are talking about with the development charges aligned to it. There's no guarantee that the office buildings that are currently there will be full to their capacity in a pre-COVID, when it's pre-COVID and in a post-COVID world. And we have enormous financial constraints. We do have to review it every year. It's just, I'm a firm believer that staff should be reporting back. We do it with our transit. We do it with our Toronto water projects, Toronto hydro. We're always reporting back, and that's what we have to do. That's why
it doesn't say to work to report back. It says to seek further direction, which is bringing it back here a fourth time. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, thank you. All right. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I sincerely hope that it is not the intention of my colleagues to support Councillor Pasternak's motion. I am amazed at what a little additional consultation, what real incorporation of the community into design work, and the commitment of the local councillor can do in a couple of years' time. I well remember in our last term of office attending a meeting where committee members came to speak against this project. Some of them were from my ward, that was not my ward at the time due to boundary changes. Here we are. But I listened intently to the various concerns. Some I agreed with, some I did not. But, Madam Speaker, we've gotten to a point now where some of the very people that had concerns back then are appearing on the front page of the North York Mirror in support of this project and getting on with the phases, the very phases that the report outlines, that Councillor Pasternak keeps drawing our attention to, and yet he wants to move a motion saying we can't have all the phases. You can only have one piece today, and you've got to keep terminally coming back here to have other opportunities to jeopardize what the community is now committed to. They're committed to this now. And so I hope that the level of work, the level of detail, and the level of engagement, Madam Speaker, what a huge proponent of intense engagement I am. And this is some of the most participatory transportation planning I've ever seen in the city of Toronto. And we've got participatory decision-making here. We've got a commitment now from the community, and it is time to endorse it so that the outlay of the capital plan, the calendarization of this, and the funding can take place. If you adopt Councillor Pasternak's motion, that all-important financial calendarization and funding phasing and process is stopped in its tracks. And I don't think that's the intention of the majority of council today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you. Yes, I just think that, there is an amazing opportunity here to get into what I call phase 2 of the grand vision of Yonge Street North. The first part of the vision was created by the trailblazer Mel Lastman. And, they said he couldn't do it, trying to build a city center there in North York around the old Dempsey hardware store. They said, oh, you'll never have anybody move up there. And if you look up there now, you can see Mel created a city within a city. And now we come to a second phase with Councillor Filion, where he is basically building on that foundation that Mel Lastman built. And he's getting into the more environmentally sustainable build-up and calming of this center of the city north. And he's doing it with the community at the North York Community Council. The vast majority of deputants were in favor of this. They know it's not perfect, but they're willing to work on it. And so this is a great opportunity. And the people in North York, Willowdale, have endured a great deal. Look at all the development they've put up with. I mean, wall-to-wall condos. And, you know, they deserve some kind of, let's say, amelioration. They don't deserve more and more cars. You know, if you widen the roads and you can repair the roads and you can do all this, you're just going to attract more cars. So this is an attempt to say we're not against cars. Cars are still going to have a place as they're essential to the health and vitality of our city in North York. But so are pedestrians, so are cyclists. And we don't want to move them off to the side streets. Keep them on the main street. Our main streets, especially Yonge Street, cannot be just a bypass to the highway. You know, people don't stop. They just drive through from Markham, Thornhill, going where, I don't know, or going home. They're just driving through. They don't shop. They don't stop. So by calming things down, creating a sense of place with, you know, places to sit, walk, ride your bike, you're creating an opportunity for people to feel that there is a place here that has a humanity to it. And I really think this is an opportunity that only comes around every, you know, half century. And so it's not as if the work hasn't been done, like Councillor Filion said. I think this is the third time this has come on, and there's going to be an environmental assessment study done on top of it. And, you know, the money being spent, yeah, it's going to cost money, but, you know, listen, we're spending, what, $30 billion on building subways, LRTs, and how many more billions are we spending on fixing our roads? So let's spend a little bit on people walking, cycling, people sitting on the boulevards, planting of trees, calming things down. You know, I think there's an opportunity to really, you know, look at this as Mel Lassen would say, this is going to be the new Champs-Élysées of Toronto. That's the potential here. It's got incredible potential. There's so many people living there that a lot of young people are moving into Willowdale and North York City Center. You've got the subway. You've got Mel Lastman Square, and as I said, at North York Community Council with Councillor Filion has his concerts there in the square. It's a great meeting place. So this is an opportunity to basically humanize, calm it down, essentially create a civic center for the next 50 years. So let's take this opportunity and let's not quibble and let's not whimper. Let's go through this with style and with architectural excellence and people, make it a people place. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers before we go to the last speaker? Any further speakers? Okay, last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I have a motion. I'd like to think of mine as a sweetener, not a poison pill, but perhaps the clerks could put it up. And it just deals really with asking the staff in the implementation of Transform Young to maximize space for patios and mature street trees and to use technology to maximize the traffic flow, including smart signals and so on, and also to really just confirm what I think the report says, which is that the Doris and Beecroft extensions, as it were, should be done prior to the work that is going to be done on the rest of Transform Young. And I've given away the fact that, contrary to what some might think, I have satisfied myself. You know, I knew from the beginning. I grew up in North York. As much as everybody's talked about all the benefits of creating a city center there, and I think there are many, it's true to say, I think, that there is no soul to that part of town. It's a part of town where a lot of people live. There's a lot of good things that go on in Mel Lastman Square and so on, but there's no soul there. And that is just a function, I suppose, of the fact that the development happened over time without this kind of transformative change that now should take place in order to, you know, go along with the reconstruction of the road. Obviously, that's the efficiency part, to do it all at once, but also to create a soul and to address some of the safety issues, and to do so in a way that does involve that very rebalancing of public space that Councillor Deputy Mayor Holliday spoke about. And I've talked about this often now, that, you know, we have to take the space that exists between the two building fronts, in this case on the east and the west side of the street, and rebalance or redivide that space up, because there are activities taking place in greater in a greater way now than was the case when those particular designs were put in place many years ago. I had some hesitations about this, and I said so. And so in some respects, my being here today to support this represents a modification of my position. When I say that, I'd like to think that throughout my time in politics, I've always tried to listen to the facts, listen to the evidence, see if you can get some changes made, and then do the right thing. And in this case, I had the chance to sit with the local residents, as someone mentioned earlier. I've had the chance to talk to Councillor Fillion, but most importantly, I've seen the work that has been done to make some changes to this on the transit front, on a number of other fronts, to make this now, I believe, a very responsible transformation of a very important part of the life of our city. I was going to say the transportation infrastructure, but it's way more than that. It is our main street. It is the main street of the north part of the city, the north downtown, as it were, and it is somewhat soulless. It has become more dangerous, and it is in need of some kind of a transformation. And I think we've come upon the right way to do this. You know, I went out to, and I wouldn't necessarily have thought of myself as being the one that would be going out to the Danforth to explain the putting in of bike lanes. I was never opposed to them, as people will tell you, because I spoke privately of how we had to sort of move that forward as we could. Then I went to quite a tumultuous meeting, in which meeting I was told this past summer that the putting in of bike lanes out there, every business would be gone. They'd all be closed up and boarded up, and there'd be tumbleweed rolling down the Danforth. And I made a bet that day with one of the leaders of the community, and I said, I'll bet you dinner that things will be better than ever after these bike lanes are in and the patios were in, on some of them on the street. And when I showed up there in, I don't know, maybe late August, I think I was there with Councillor Fletcher, I was told that I was winning my bet, that there was no doubt but that this had made the street better. And that all the predictions of doom and gloom had not come about, and that in fact the city was better. And all the emails that I received in my office talking about how the city looked better and felt better because we had transformed that street. We all learn in this business. I mean, in fact, when you stop learning and when you stop listening and when you stop, showing a willingness to entertain new ideas, that's probably the right time to quit. Because you've run out of the kind of gas that you need in a fast-changing city to adapt to that kind of change. I can't see my clock now because my computer's gone dormant. How much time do I have left, Speaker?
You have 1 minute.
Okay. Well, look, I think this is a win-win-win. What we get here is something through the Doris and Beecroft extensions that we can move traffic more effectively. We have dramatic improvements to the public realm. We have safety, increased safety for both pedestrians and cyclists. We have more parking overall. We have a reconstructed road, and we have transit access and egress improved because we took the extra step. But I will say, I think the whole notion of having this come back again is not right. It is not right. We should proceed and get on with this today. I think we've come up with something here that represents the right balance. It's been improved over what was in front of council the last time. And I want to thank the staff for that. And I want to thank them for being standing firm on their own expert views on these things. I myself also became convinced that spending an extra $25 million to put the bike lanes on Beecroft, which I thought would be a safe idea, was a good idea. But when it's $25 million and we're constrained the way we are, I'd rather spend that on affordable housing or something like that, because I think that's going to be a better expenditure of our money. So I'm going to support this. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's going to be exciting. It will start effectively in 5 years. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be transformative for that part of Yonge Street, and therefore transformative for the city, because that's a very important part of town, and it does have the support of the community. I learned that firsthand just in the last week or so, if I didn't know it before. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So if we can put the motion on the screen. Councillor Pasternak's motion.
Recorded, please, Madam Speaker.
Okay, it's on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, it looks like the motion has not been delivered to your screen.
Yeah, I just got booted out. It timed out on me. I'm voting opposed to Councillor Pasternak's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow. Similarly, it looks like maybe the motion has not been delivered to your screen.
Yeah, absolutely not.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 4 to 18.
Okay, on the item, oh, sorry,
What?
the mayor's motion. You want to put it on the screen? Okay, on favor? Carried. Item as amended. Do we
Recorded,
want
please.
recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Members, if you just stand by, we'll open the voting panel in a moment. Councillor Peruzzi, your vote, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Speaker, the item is amended carries. The vote is 18 to 5.
Thank you. Our next.
Thank you, members of council. Madam Speaker, I was distracted by Transform coming up and I voted the wrong way on GL2, and I'm wondering if I could reopen the final vote just to vote in the negative. I had mentioned when I was speaking that I intended to vote against, but pushed the wrong button.
On GL 19.2. So we need to reopen it. Because we had a recorded
Madam
vote.
Speaker, it's Councillor Ainsley. I'll vote to reopen it.
Yeah, because we had a recorded vote on that one.
Yes, that's why I had asked for the recorded vote and then voted the wrong way. My apologies.
Okay, so on favor of reopening GL 19.2? On favor? Carried. Okay, so now we'll vote, a recorded vote on the item as amended. Oh, Councillor Cole, can you leave the meeting because you have an interest? Or turn off your video?
Members will open the voting panel momentarily. Councillor McKelvey, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. And Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor
Sure.
Fletcher, please.
Did we just jump back to a different item?
Yes, we opened an item and now we're voting on it, GL 19.2. It's on the screen.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Oh, I have it on mine.
It was amended. Didn't we vote on the amendments earlier?
Yeah, we did, but
Okay.
Councillor.
The item is amended carries. The vote is 18-4.
Okay.
All right, so let's go to our next item. IE 18.2, North York Center, Doris Avenue Extension. Yay. Councillor Fillion, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Are there any questions to staff? IE 18.2. Can everybody hear me? No, nobody has any questions? Okay, Councillor Fillion, you held the item down. Are you going to speak? You're going to ask a question?
Yes, I only held it because, I'm just, I don't even need to speak, Madam Speaker. I held it because it was linked to the previous item and I wasn't 100% sure what was going to happen with that. Now I think we can just, it's very straightforward. We can just vote on
Okay,
it.
so do you want to release it, please? Okay.
Yes, I'll release it.
Okay.
Record.
On favor?
Recorded,
Recorded
Madam
vote.
Speaker.
Recorded vote. Councillor Pasternak, your mic is on. Or it's Councillor Fillion, yours is on.
Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay. Our next item is IE 18.8, which is the Metrolinx Eglinton Crosstown Light Rail Transit. Councillor Coe? Yeah, but Councillor Coe held it. Yeah. Okay, so.
Yeah, I just haven't had a chance to speak to staff about this change to my motion.
Which?
I'm trying to get a hold of staff.
Did you introduce, does he have, did he present a motion? Okay. Oh, Councillor.
Yeah, well, I put the motion at environment.
Okay, so you're trying
It
to
was
get.
my motion that's being amended here.
You. It's not being amended, it's being added. So do you have any questions, Councillor Cole? You held the item down.
Yeah, if I could ask the question of staff.
Okay, we're here. We're ready.
Yeah, just in terms of, my motion asked, asked for the stationing of traffic agents at this section of the Eglinton between Allen and Old Park Road, that we see if we can install traffic agents there. I'm just wondering which is the fastest way of getting the traffic agents there? By us doing it as a city or by us requesting Metrolinx?
Do we have staff here to answer the question?
Hi there. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Speaker?
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Through the speaker to Councillor Cole, so we have now 16 traffic agents that have been confirmed, and so we are going to be able to accommodate this request with the traffic agent, and we can work with Metrolinx as to the funding of that, but we're happy to deploy a traffic agent there.
So we could deploy, begin to deploy them if it meets your criteria, and then in the meantime, see if Metrolinx will pay for the installation of the agents. So we could do that without slowing the process of approval down for the agents.
That's correct. The agents are approved. We have them on staff now. They're deployed, working in various places in the city.
No, but I'm just saying to be deployed there at that.
Yes. Roger Brown from my staff will be happy to work on this to make sure it gets done quickly.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll.
No, hold on. I have
I'll
another.
release it or whatever.
No, hold on.
You want me
Hold
to
on.
do?
I have somebody else asking a question. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much, Speaker. This is just in meeting with a number of businesses that have been affected, significantly affected by construction related to the Eglinton crosstown. One of the things that was suggested is that all of these mitigation factors, such as having a traffic agent or anything else related to construction chaos and mitigating it, should be in the RFP. Have you ever heard that before? And what's your thought?
Through the speaker, I think there's a number of different ways to do this. I also think during different phases of construction, there are different mitigation measures that are necessary. And I think to Councillor Cole's point, up in this location, the construction at this point, and I think for a little while now, has resulted in really the need for some active traffic management. We've tried it a bunch of different ways. I wouldn't say that that's the appropriate solution everywhere. In some cases, we need different mitigating measures. So in this particular case, it works. In some cases, you can put it as part of the project. In other cases, we can be more nimble to deploy them when we need them. So I think, I don't know if that's a great answer, but you know, it could be done either way.
Part of the tender document that whoever is getting the job would also have to look after the mitigation or pay for it. Could it not be worded in such a way to be a bit open-ended that this kind of issue would be fairly easily solved with Metrolinx if that was something that the contractor had accepted in the tender?
And I think, I mean, generally, you know, on construction like this, you would have that type of mitigating measure, whether it's delivered by a paid duty officer or some other, you know, authority that meets that same requirement. So I believe, you know, could you put it in the RFP? Potentially. I mean, I think it's something we could certainly look at and have that conversation with Metrolinx. I just think it's important now to know that with traffic agents on our own staff, we have the ability, when conditions warrant, to address it.
Yes, I understand that, and that's great news. But the responsibility for mitigating the construction issues should really rest with the constructor and be able to respond to requests. But that actually being in the tender document would mean they were obliged to. It would not be something that they would or could decide that they wish to do or not wish to do. It would strengthen the mitigation efforts in these massive construction projects, would it not?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speakers?
Just briefly. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Councillor Colt to speak?
Yeah, just, this is a combination of two things. It's a combination of the Allen Expressway ending on Eglinton, dead ending there, which brings 50,000 cars a day into a residential community. So not only affecting businesses, it has been impacting communities north and south of Eglinton, east and west of the Allen for, I don't know, 4 decades. So on top of the Allen Expressway dead ending there, we also have the construction of the Eglinton Crosstown, which has been going on for 9 years to go on for maybe another 3 years. So, and this is an extremely precarious part of the city, whether you're a motorist, whether you're driving a TTC bus, or God forbid, if you're a pedestrian trying to walk along Dufferin on the north side. We have child care center there. We have city shul there. The little shops that try to survive, and we've got a public park. So anyways, it's we've tried changing signs. We've tried to do all kinds of things. The transportation department has been excellent in trying to resolve some of these. But when you've got this kind of volume, and you've got cement trucks, dump trucks, you've got 10 cranes going and coming into the area, it is not an easy thing. So at least thinking that the traffic agent there might be of value. And I would just say that he or she better wear their protective armored equipment and helmet and boots and everything when they try to impede the U-turning cars, etc. So this is at least a good attempt to try and calm things down a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion.
Okay.
And thank you. So the contribution of this motion is simply that, as was alluded to, or I think even kind of said by Barbara Gray, and I think alluded to by Councillor Fletcher with her remarks with RFPs, it is clearly Metrolinx and the construction of the RT, which is the reason for the need to have a traffic agent there. And therefore, I think that there should be efforts made to have them pay for that service to protect residents who are trying to cross a really difficult area right now. And I had a discussion with Metrolinx, with their senior members the other day about this. And they acknowledge that the constant movement of the, which has been necessary, but they've had to shift lanes over and over again for their construction, leads to confusion. And there really has been the need for somebody there, whether it be paid duty in the past or a traffic agent in the future, to be able to help drivers and pedestrians safely navigate the area, and also prevent some drivers from doing illegal U-turns. There's been a lot of that stuff happening. So what this does is it essentially engages, it supports our staff in their discussions with Metrolinx. And I'm happy to say that, and I don't always use happy to say and Metrolinx in the same sentence, but Phil Verster and Metrolinx said that they were open to entertaining this idea. So I want to encourage that. And I think in the future, this should be something that we should explore whenever Metrolinx projects have an impact on traffic safety in the city of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further speakers on this item? Any further speakers? Okay, we have the motion. It's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, our next item is PH 19.1, which is the Keel-Finch study. Councillor Perruzza, do you have questions of staff?
No, Speaker, I don't have any questions of staff.
Does anybody have any questions to staff?
I do, Madam Speaker.
Okay, if you can put your name on the screen, please.
I tried.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. Councillor Bylaw, questions.
Thank you. So at committee, there were some concerns with the proximity for the employment, and in particularly the residential and heights. How did you come up with the uses and the density and the heights that you're suggesting in the report?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, the land use plan in Keel-Finch Plus secondary plan includes an area of change that's in close proximity to the fuel storage tank area to the northeast quadrant of the Keel and Finch intersection. So, you know, we took an overall balanced approach, I would say, by introducing new development opportunities through the policy frameworks that take advantage of the higher order transit that exists there and that is under construction there. At the same time, introducing a land use planning framework that mitigates the relationship between the employment uses in the oil storage, the petroleum storage area, and the new housing opportunities and other opportunities that are approximate to the intersection. We did that through distance separation provisions. We did that through the requirements for risk assessments, noise and air quality studies. So nothing can proceed unless these development proposals that would go through future rezonings, nothing could proceed unless these studies were submitted and peer reviewed by the city.
And how did you work with the neighborhoods? I mean, how did you work the transition towards the neighborhoods around there?
The neighborhood transition is basically taking advantage of the fact that we would see higher buildings in close proximity to the intersection. We would introduce mid-rise development along the main streets. We would introduce angular planes as we traditionally do so that we have mid-rise development transitioning to lower scale neighborhoods. We've anticipated a reduction actually in the amount of neighborhood designated area and an increase as this area transitions, an increase in the amount of mixed use area. So we're meeting our goals for minimum densities that are established by the province in a major transit station area.
And how much community consultation did you do in this process?
It's an extensive process of consultation, as would be warranted with a project like this over a number of years. The engagement included online engagement more recently during COVID, but before that, in-person meetings and stakeholder engagement meetings, including with the various agencies that are in the area, the school boards, and the employment uses that are in the area, and the BIAs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on this item? Any further questions? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Prusa, can you put your name up to speak? Where is he? I don't see him here.
Yeah, I'm just waiting
Okay,
for
here.
the screen to
Okay,
change.
here
It
you
was still
are.
on questions.
Okay, pardon?
It was on questions. Yeah, I can speak.
Well, no, because I asked if there were any questions and nobody said anything. So now we're at speakers.
Perfect.
Councillor Perruzza, speak.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I have a motion which I'd like to put up. First of all, I want to say a couple of things about the study. It's true, the study spanned a considerable amount of time, and it's a very, very difficult area. So the study is very broad. So at the center of the study is the intersection of Keele and Finch. And then the study radiates out, I think it's about 500 meters, more or less, maybe even a little more, all around. And it's complicated because, as was suggested, the northeast corner of Keele and Finch is a very, very large fuel depot. People might have seen it. It's across from York University. It's basically these fuel tanks. We used to call them tank farms, but it's a fuel storage depot where fuel is piped in through pipelines along the hydro corridor that come from Windsor, Sarnia, and places like that. And then the fuel is picked up and sort of distributed through the South Central Ontario region by heavy trucks, tanker trucks. And so the tanker trucks, move in and out of the neighborhoods and in and out of the area all the time, and it makes it for a difficult situation. But I have to tell you, the planning department, and I really want to thank people like Matt Armstrong, really undertook a study with a lot of diligence, and they came up with what is a very good plan, a plan that, as Councillor Bailao was suggesting, intensifies at the corner of Keele and Finch with very tall buildings, and then kind of like radiates out into the other areas and sort of brings them down. Understanding that this is a study, it's a future guide that will guide development or growth in this area, hopefully over the next 10, 20, 30 years. And I suspect that over that time, there will be a considerable number of changes and improvements. While this is a study, we'll figure out how to get it right, depending on market and conditions and so on. So, and I'm generally very happy with what's here. So now, while the study area was exclusively in my old ward, and I started this process a little over 2 years ago, now the boundaries, I share the boundaries with Councillor Pasternak. So Councillor Pasternak has the east side of Keele Street, the properties that involved in the study on the east side of Keele Street. I have the west side of the street. So the residential neighborhoods fall into my ward. The employment district area falls into Councillor Pasternak's ward. And I know that Councillor Pasternak has a series of motions which I support, basically that deal with some of the conflicts that we have with the oil companies there, and hopefully we can move to some resolutions on those issues. I know that the oil companies object to what's being done here. They've objected to it very strenuously. I suspect that this will probably end up at LPAD or beyond, because that's what the oil companies have generally done in this area with respect to everything. So what my motion seeks to do is just takes the south corner of Sentinel, which is on the extreme west end of the study. It's 3 properties. It's currently a school, a church, and a gas station. And on the north side of the street, you have 22-story buildings and 24-story buildings on the north side of Finch. On the south side of the street, there's single-family housing, and I would like to see a transition to that single-family housing done through a mid-rise process. And I don't think the change there is very substantial. And time will tell whether it develops that way or doesn't develop that way in terms of what people's desire is. The other change that I'm looking for, not really a change, the study proposes a street on the north part of Fountainhead Park. It kind of crosses the park on the north side, wraps around James Cardinal McGuigan High School, and comes back out onto Finch. Now, the school board has sent in a letter, which I believe is in the package, which objects to that road being built. I understand why the planners and the transportation planners want to build it.
Okay,
What my motion, yeah, I'm just wrapping up. What my
Councillor
motion seeks to do,
Councillor Pruzza, your time is up, sorry.
yeah, I'm just wrapping up. I just wanted to say that what this motion does is if that road gets built, that no parkland be committed to that road, so it doesn't get built at the expense of parkland, so that whoever the benefiting properties contribute to that road and build out that road, and it's built out in a way that
Councillor
enhances
Pruzza,
the
you're
park to
way
the
over
south.
time. Councillor
Thank you.
Pruzza,
That's
thank you.
it. That's it, Madam Speaker. I'm
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If the clerk could put my motion on the screen. So this motion really gets us to look at what's going on in the neighborhood. And as mentioned by Councillor Peruzza, to the east, there's the large oil depot that's been there, I believe, since 1953. And as Councillor Peruzza mentioned, the oil comes in by pipeline, and then it's pumped into hundreds of trucks, and they distribute this across the GTA in Southern Ontario to hundreds of locations. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to enhance community and transport safety in the area, explore safer route options in the movement of oil tank trucks, and consider and study the safety hazards tied to truck petroleum. And there was one other part at the bottom there, and that's further discussion of a road within the development area, whether it be a private road or a public road. So I'd just like to thank Matt Armstrong and Cassidy Ritz for their work on this study. It began obviously before I became the local councillor. It is one of, I believe, 3 spots in the city where an LRT and a subway meet. And the LRT isn't built yet, but it will go west from this location. And the plans for the area are very ambitious. You've got a situation in which you could have 23 to 29,000 more people, and up to 25,000 jobs over the long term. So that was 23 to 29,000 people residential and 25,000 jobs over the long term. There's a great opportunity here because, of course, northwest of here is the Jane Finch neighborhood. And we have a Jane Finch study going on now, how we can leverage the economic spin-offs of the LRT and how it can help the local communities. Now, the oil companies have come and met with me, and I assume Councillor Peruzza, and they have objected to this plan because they want to keep residential and other commercial activity away from their oil depot. Well, my response was, look, they set this up 67 years ago, when they've had 67 years to buy adjoining properties if they needed some kind of a buffer, and they failed to do so. Now, this is one of those odd situations where we built an enormous amount of high-level transit so close to a major industrial site, employment lands. And so there has to be a balancing act. And I heard the chief planner talk about the safety measures that are in place. But my motion also looks at some of the trucking. And if you've ever been up that way, if you've ever looked at the trucks coming down streets like Keel Street or Chesswood, it is like a fleet of oil trucks, and it is pretty intimidating to the local community. It presents risks that we are under an obligation to minimize. But I think in general, this plan sets the certain roadmap that we need for the area, because over time, as people see the benefits of being so close to high-level transit, they will want to live there. They will want to live there. They will want to set up businesses there, and there'll be enormous intensification, which I think will be very beneficial for the wider community. So with that, I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I support Councillor Perusa's motions. I thank him very much for the dialogue we have had in seeing this through. And once again, I thank the planning staff for their hard work on this study, which stretches over several years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole? Councillor Cole? Councillor Cole? Is Councillor Cole on, connected? Councillor Cole, can you hear me? Councillor Cole? All right. Councillor Bailao?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be brief. We did have a discussion and various deputations at committee on this. And I asked council to support staff recommendations and to support the report. They have done safety studies. They have balanced out the density, the transitions into the different neighborhoods. As we know, these are tough studies, but are studies that are going to be happening all over our city. This is actually the studies that preclude us from also introducing inclusionary zoning. We need to have these done and approved by the province in order to implement inclusionary zoning in these neighborhoods. So I ask that you support staff. They've done years of community consultations. They brought third-party experts. They've had this at committee, and I ask that you support the report. I think that they have met with the local councillors to ensure that these issues were going to be addressed. As you heard from our chief planner, there is a transition into our neighborhoods, and for that fact, I ask that you support the report as is, and that we can move forward, submit it for approval in the province, and can have other reports coming forward, as we need to do many of these across the city in order to ensure that we have our MTSAs ready and that we're able to move forward on our inclusionary zoning measures as well.
Thank you. Councillor Cole?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that we support Councillor Peruzza, the local councillor, on this. I don't think that he is asking for major changes in this secondary plan. He's basically asking for more attention to mid-rise transitioning. I think given the character of the neighborhood, there's a mix of a real hodgepodge of things, but there's also an existing series of single-family homes there around St. Wilfrid's Church. I know it well. It's where my good friend Father Massey Lombardi was for years. And, and he also wants to make sure that the park is not turned into a road, which is a very, I think, reasonable concern. And I think what he's doing is just basically looking at putting some markers down for this long-term process. As you can see, it is an area that's very challenged with traffic, with the oil farm down the road there and the trucks and whatever. So anyways, I just think the local councillor deserves some consideration here. I think he knows his community best. And he deserves a hearing, because I'm sure he's not doing this without serious consultation with the local residents. So I urge you to support the minor amendment that Councillor Prutz is putting forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motions on the screen. Okay, first motion is by Councillor Perruzza. Do we need a recorded vote?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, it looks to us like the vote has not been delivered to your screen.
Affirmative.
Is that affirmative that it has not been delivered to your screen, or is that voting in the affirmative?
I'm glad you're checking. I support the motion.
Thank you. Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 14-10.
Okay, on Councillor Pasternak's motion. All in favor? Show of hands.
Is
Carried.
recorded. I said recorded like 3 times, Speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
That
Recorded
one's got to
vote.
be recorded. It's not the local councillor.
Recorded vote.
I am the local councillor. Jesus.
Local.
Councillor Bradford, please. Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 13-11.
Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, can I just, a point of whatever personal privilege, can councillors pipe up and say things like you're not the local councillor in advance of a vote or while we're voting? I just want clarification around that. Are we all allowed to pipe up and say, just add in our 2 cents worth before, literally on the second eve of a vote, like just on this, as we're voting?
Well, I try to tell members of council to be silent, but it's hard.
Okay, well, if one can do it, then all can do it. So we better.
That's right.
Better make
Everybody
a call.
can, councillor. You're right.
Anybody can? Okay, just so
That's
it's
correct. You can
Okay.
say what you'd like. Thank you.
So, Madam Speaker, that's your ruling?
Well, there is no ruling, Councillor Robinson.
Ruling.
It's hard for me to control what members of council say, especially when you're on the screen and I hear all the councillors speaking at the same time. And then when I ask them if they want a recorded vote, they respond, well, I've asked you 3 times. When you don't hear them, it's very hard for me to hear when everybody is speaking at the same time. It's good that if councillors could be a little more respectful.
I agree. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker.
I mean,
also, it's just
for a member
hard
of
for you to
council
hear.
for a member of council to
It's-
say to me, I've asked you 3 times when I haven't heard it, it's very disrespectful. You're sitting there
You know-
shouting out, it's difficult. And it's difficult for all of us
Speaker?
sitting here.
Speaker, it's almost 6 o'clock and it's been a long day.
Yeah.
I apologize if Councillor Robinson took that the wrong way. I also want to say it's very hard for you to hear sometimes because of the technology. So there's no right or wrong here. It's just difficult. Let's all acknowledge how difficult this is and move on. Thank you.
Okay, Item as amended, all in favor? Carry.
I support you, Francis.
Francis?
Yes.
We're having an editorial interlude.
Play your cell phone a little bit of a dance party. Let it ring and get a light moment here.
Who yelled at me and said, I've told you 3 times I want a recorded vote, which I found very disrespectful.
I don't know who did that, and I'm sure they just frustrated too, because we can't hear one another.
I believe it was Councillor Perks.
There was.
Thank you. Okay, we can start one more item. PH 19.6, which is rent safe TO apartment. Do we have questions?
Madam Chair, just on a point of order, if we're going to 6, will there be time for quick releases before we adjourn?
Yeah, so maybe.
Or recess?
So maybe rather than start this item, because I think this is going to be a long item, why don't we do quick releases and then we'll recess to tomorrow. Okay, quick releases. Do we have any quick releases?
I do.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find the item. Madam Chair, I can release members' motion 27.11, 756 Bathurst. I've had a chance to talk to staff and they've answered my questions.
Okay, members' motion 2711, 756 Bathurst Street. Deputy Mayor Min Wong is releasing. All in favor, show of hands, carried.
I have another one.
Okay.
Wait a second, they just moved it. There was one.
27.6.
The Committee of Adjustment, 27.6, that's the one. Thanks, Shelley. 796 to 802 Broadview Avenue. I've spoken to planning staff and had my questions answered, so I can release that.
Okay, on MM 27.6, Deputy Mayor Min Wong is releasing. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will not be able to attend council tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not able to attend council tomorrow, so I'm going to release my items and hopefully have release them to other councillors to hold, because I know that they have interest as well.
Okay.
But for myself, tomorrow I will be attending to my parents who are getting surgery, both of them at the same time. Okay, my first item to be released is CC 27.10, status of request to Ontario for enhanced income supports and related measures to address COVID-19. I'd like to release this, and I know that Councillor Perks has interest. So perhaps Councillor Perks can hold that.
So do you want, I'll put it in Councillor Perks' name?
Thank you
Councillor
so
Perks?
much, Speaker.
Pardon?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Great.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
My last item is MM 27.2, stopping residential evictions during COVID-19. I would like to release this to Councillor Bailao.
Yes, I have an interest.
Thank you.
Okay, yes.
And that's all,
Councillor
Madam
Ba-
Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it possible to do that one on a quick release?
Well, I think that there's questions on that one. That's what I heard.
Okay.
Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not held, but it was just introduced when we entered this afternoon session, MM 27.34, 18 Standish Avenue. If I could move the recommendations in the notice of motion.
Yes, that's
motion without notice.
That's in MM 27.34 on a TLAB hearing. On favor?
Recorded vote, please, on that one.
Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Pasternak here. I'd like to move to finish tonight.
We're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Pasternak.
Recorded vote on that motion.
And we have a lot, and we have a lot of items left.
The item is adopted, Speaker. The vote is 24-1.
How do I go? Okay. Councillor Holiday, quick release.
Yes, Speaker, I'm in your hands. I have held a Toronto and East York item, which is the City of Toronto, some items on the City of Toronto's Heritage Registrar. I will not be really debating the substance of it. I will actually be supporting the report, but I'd like 30 seconds to make some comments based on something a constituent provided. So if I'm okay to speak, I'll do it now. If you want me to wait till tomorrow, I'll do that as well. I'd just like to clear it off the deck.
Okay, well, okay, let's just do quick
It may
releases.
cause other speeches.
Yeah, let's just wait till tomorrow, Councillor Holiday. I'm just trying to do quick releases now. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'll release MM 27.35, which was a new motion, helping Main Street survive until the vaccine arrives, and that is to assist small business with extra grants for PPE and other things. They've been so hard hit. This is a BIA, number of BIAs have asked for this. So.
Okay, you're releasing MM 2735. Yep. On favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, just one sec. Councillor Grimes, quick item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CC 27.6. I can release that. I think I probably have to move the confidential attachment.
Okay, CC 27.6, which is 12.
Recorded vote, please.
12, 16, and 20 Cordova. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, please, your vote. Speaker, the motion, or the item I should say, carries. The vote is 23-1.
Thank you.
Speaker, is Councillor Cole able to, oh, he's not there. I'm sorry. Thought he was on the line.
All right, Councillor Pasternak, quick release.
No, Madam Speaker, I'd like to move to finish.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, we have a lot of items left, which are long items. So you're moving a motion. Let's have a recorded vote.
Excuse me, Mr. Clerk, I'm already packing up, so I don't have the CMP open. I'm voting opposed to this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fillion, thank you. Councillor Perruzza, are you present and voting? Thank you. Speaker, the motion to extend the meeting does not carry. The vote is 8-16.
Thank you. Okay, one last thing. Councillor Cole, would you like to move your member's motion, MM 2736? You're not present? Okay. May I May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Moved by.
So moved, Denzelman Long.
Okay, hold on, one at a time, please.
Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Fletcher? Okay.
Sure, why not?
We'll put the motion on. I would appreciate if members of council will not have your mic on and speak when we're in the middle of votes. It's hard to concentrate.
We love you, Francis.
What?
A lot. We love you a lot.
Okay, can we put the motion on the screen? Okay, there it is, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, can you read it?
That leave granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 27 on December 16th and 17th, 2020.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands. Carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands. Carried. Okay. Recess to 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.